So I was in the middle of starting up this game, and it tells me, "Oh, you need to restart the game because an update went through it." I'm like, "Couldn't you have done that like before I started up the game? Like, why? Why does the game need to be running for you to do the updates? Like, isn't the whole point is that you can do it via the Xbox launcher and shit, which I have to use to get to you in the first place because you're so adamant that we have to go through these like online digital rights management. Why? Why? Also, you may be wondering why I'm down in the bottom right corner here as my pngtuber. The reason is simple. You see, this is a bit of an intense game for my CPU slash GPU, so to help avoid some of that issue, I try and mitigate like what's running on the one PC. You're more of a Mithril user than an Adamid, but I get it. That took me a minute. That took me a beat, wondering what you were trying to do, but I guess you must have said Adamid at one point and just fuck up the whole thing. Also, why? Alright, ding, dong, bam, boom. I'm still posting in, like, all the different places, because I didn't stream yesterday, so some people are like, where the fuck are you doing? And it's like, well... Blah, 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 blah. Where is my brain at? Well... Nope, I lost my brain. Thank you, Velk. You made me lose my brain. You made me lose my mind. How did you do that? Make me lose my mind. But yeah, so this is a relatively intense game, and I would I'm good, and I don't want to have like any like dropouts or any sort of CPU GPU bottleneck because doing the arm tracking takes up my CPU, and for whatever reason, some of the more modern games they want to use as much of my CPU as they can. And I don't exactly quite understand why. So, I have to make do with the fact that, using this pngtuber is probably my better option. And I don't want to run a separate program for the PNG, because I know there's programs where it's like, oh, let's just throw a pngtuber, so it does, like, the Discord, Fugi thing. Number one, I don't want to have to, like, be in the Discord Fugi to, like, make it work and what have you. And what's more is if you try and do like redeems such as like hyper himboing me or something or rather, it won't work properly if I'm using Discord Fugi, because I'm not going to spend extra money to get the API access, because there are very few people who understand how to do API access. It should not be a purchasable thing to be able to do the API, unless you're not, unless you're worried that because of the API access, you're gonna, fuck over your control or what have you. So yeah. All right, almost done with all of the announcements. I'm almost done, chat. How is everyone's Sunday morning, if you mind me asking? How is everyone? This is why it's best to put on a leash. I have 2 on mine and I still misplace it. Your train of... I had to go to work. So the reason why I didn't stream yesterday is because I had to go to work. It was my turn to do the Saturday shift. And so, like, I was in the office. I didn't have anything, like, that required my priority or attention, and I'd done all my, like, Saturday quiet tasks, like, in the morning. Because, like, the last message thingamadiggy was, hey, Sir Dragon! Thank you for being here first. I appreciate it. Can't believe Velk didn't think to hit that redeem. But yeah, thank you for being first, Sir Dragon. I appreciate it. So yeah, so I got like... So I only had like 3 ticketable issues come in when I was on Saturday. So yeah, I had 3 ticketable issues on Saturday, and the last one was at like 11 in the morning. So I was able to spend so much of the day just doing the quiet hour tasks, such as cleaning up the build room, double checking the comms room is like, clean, there isn't random cables, and what have you. And I did that. I also rebuilt a couple of PCs that got returned to us, and it was a bit of a bludge day, and I kind of was like, eh. I get the importance of us in on a Saturday because we have customer service staff in on Saturday as well. It's a big day for them. So the likelihood of something going wrong is likely then as well. But But the problem is that, like, if we've put all this work in to make it so that it's not, you know, a problematic day for them or any of their days. So what is the benefit of us coming in on a Saturday when we've put all this work in to, you know, not make shit hit the fan? Anyways, pause the music. Brain is not working 100%, so we're gonna go right into Black Ops 6. Maybe when I get into the zone, it will be good. So, yeah. Oh, they said something, but then they didn't. Oh yeah, this game has, like, C as the... Alrighty. I don't see our buddy.
I'd wager the previous code will work here as well.
285? Ah, shit. 1280. Oh, shit. Zero 8-1 180. All right, so 180. All right, so he doesn't do any of that nonsense. He's doing the finger gun. Also, hi there, Bookie. Alrighty.
Might be able to use.
So fucking violent. I remember this guy was meant to be the I don't kill people stuff. I'm gonna head to last checkpoint, because I'll be real with you, like... Oh. Not good, not good, not good, not good. Ah!
The computer I need is in this room. I can use it to reprogram the keycard.
Fuck it. No witnesses, no witnesses. I reckon this mission will have, like, an achievement for, like, oh, do it without Felix killing anyone. Because those takedowns are all death. Alright. 0184, so... So, CO... CO... Copy, okay. Copy, 0487 is... Another C. 04... 8 is an R. 7 is a D. And once again, D. There we go. Copy card.
Done. Moving to the rendezvous point.
I'll be there.
Alarm sounded. Good thing everyone's asleep. Good work, Felix. Get that card to Sev. We're one step closer to kicking off the heist. Once we have that distraction going, Case can make his move.
Back on the casino floor.
How's the drink sound? out right about now.
Quite welcome.
Head straight for the bar then.
I wonder if Woods is... No. Alright.
Schnapps, please. On the rocks.
Right away, signore.
My friend is somewhat of a...
Here you are. Enjoy.
Danke.
People you're taking out aren't exactly good people. Yeah, but Felix was someone who wasn't interested in killing people either.
Here, I'm taking my break.
Felix was someone that didn't want to kill people, and, you know, I feel like that would, like, I wanted to, like, play into it. Because, like, the point of good morals isn't that it makes the life easy. It's so that you live easy. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but hear me out on that one. Alright.
She's in. Seb, get to the elevator on the bottom floor. Send it up for me and Felix.
On it.
Alrighty. Good morals are really good in ravioli as well. Oh my goodness, Velk.
Cosa è stato?
Absolutely hilarious. I'm not meant to be here. There we go. There we go. 8 8611. Alrighty. Alright. We just need to find a safe. So yeah, remember the code 8611. Because I'm fairly sure it, like, this mission gave me problems. Is it because, like, here's the thing, is that, like... Alright, hang on. Once again... There we go. I imagine, like, this mission wasn't exactly expecting me to, like, because this is the fun thing about a mission like this, is that it doesn't expect me to, you know, just be violent every step of the way. Alright, there we go. 861. So we're still here. Computer doesn't do anything. Is there really not a safe here? Also, all this fucking money. Are you serious? We can't pick this up? Wood said we were having problems. This seems like we could have, like, a fucking heist. A good one at that. Alrighty. Let's have a look. Let's have a look around the area. Okay, so we can't use the swipe here. These are metal detectors, so they're likely going to go off the second I walk through them. Can't open that door. All the money out front would deck out... Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Are you fucking... Oh my god. Alright. Oh! Alright, silenced pistol. That would have been a lot better. Ooh, hello? Disruptor is good. Hmm.
All yours, boys. I'm off to the armory.
Ah, there it is.
We'll meet you there.
8611. Alright. Thank you for the 1,000. It's fucking useless. Alrighty. So wait, why? So was it the stealth that did the problems for you? Ooh, hello.
Collection.
Alrighty. Let's have a look.
feels good.
Yep, that's nice. As much as I would... Ooh, Model L. This one will... So that one's single fire. That one's going to be a little bit better. Sniper rifle looks good, but I don't think we're going to have, like, a lot of long... Actually, we are dealing with corridors, so... Alright, let's do it. So...
Sev, get those weapons loaded.
Simple, light.
There we go. Alrighty, and then we'll grab the SWAT.
Just a couple more.
And then... Let's have a look. So the XM4... Let's get... Alright, let's have a look. So G4... XM4, I've already equipped it in. So... There we go.
All packed up. Leaving now.
And then...
Copy that. See you in a sec.
Oh, seriously? I can't... Alright, fine. Oh yeah, it's them. What am I thinking?
Hey, Twinkletos, we got a situation down here.
I'm quite aware.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he was done with violence.
Sev, bring the car.
I'm gonna be real. I thought Felix was okay.
Let's not keep Case waiting.
Sev, C4.
The server room was very agitating because you thought as the pacifist you wouldn't be able to kill. No, so I thought he would just knock him out. But the thing is that he does the exact same fucking, like, takedowns as everyone else. And I was like, oh, that's not good. And then next thing and so I was like, okay, maybe that's just, you know, like, gameplay difference where it's just, like, that's just maybe gameplay thing where it's like, oh, it just, there's no point in doing the pacifist takedown if it's not, you know, worthwhile. But no, apparently Felix has got some, you know, a little bit of aggression issues. No doubt we're gonna have a conversation about that.
Igniting.
Oop, hello.
Remember, we won't have long before the security response arrives.
Understood. And you guys have all kinds of weapons, and I got fucking nothing.
Grand finale. Sev.
Alright.
Did it work?
Flawlessly.
Alright. Oh, hello!
Kindly locate the panel. Much appreciated.
Alright.
Have company. Get out here and grab yourself a gun, Sev.
There we go. No. Let's go for Model L. And then...
Right on time. Light him up. Right down. Let's stay. Right, from the elevator. How we doing, Felix?
It's a complicated procedure.
To our left. Felix, update.
I require more time.
Come on, man. Sam, over here. Keep these assholes preoccupied. Sam, come here. Roll them again.
Hope you're ready, Case.
Goodbye.
Nice. all the so yeah. Oh. Ow.
Well, I think you've wasted enough of our time. Francesco, let's finish up and take them down below.
Uh-oh.
Go help them up there.
So yeah, it was on my second attempt that I learned I could just take down peeps, and I was like, oh, well that makes my life so much easier.
We're gonna let you off easy.
So, oh, hello.
Oh no, the canal is too good for you. This is gonna get real uncomfortable now.
Payback's a bitch. Then grab some hardware and get to the archive room.
Thank you for the knife. And the money. Jesus, so I can pick up loose cash. They just don't want me picking up, like, you know, boring loose cash. Alright, CP9. Alright, so that was shotgun. Alright, so that was SMG. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the CP9. And then, so that one's for stability. This one is okay, they both do the same sort of thing. Damn it, can't break that lock. Alrighty.
What's going on at the vault?
Check corners.
Archive room security is down. My man. Whatever the Pantheon's hiding case, they've got a gate. Worry about that lockbox. It's in box B24. Keep going. All the way back.
Okay.
Case is on it.
Alright, safety deposit boxes are a lot harder than that, because there's 2 keys you have to do at the same time.
Of some kind. Stow it. Gates, Lutazzi, heading your way. We're still pinned down over here. We're up, Gates. Coming your way.
Alright, time to...
Let's go. We got a boat in the canals with our name on it.
Great work, Case. You really took one for the team.
Follow me.
Heavy enemy presence on the main floor. Some civilians still running around, too. Watch your fire.
Wish there was more, but that's fine.
Behind the lounge!
Damn, thought they would shoot out money, but okay.
Hey, fancy up there. A couple of those elites. Asshole with the shield. Scratch that. 2 assholes with shields.
Just let me pick up my... Thank you.
Maintain distance, people. Try to flank it. Take these guys out.
Marksman rifle for stability.
Case. Let's go.
We're almost to the canals.
Through here.
Oop, hello, more stuff. Alright, let's go for the Val. And SWAT. Alright.
Go, go, go! Boats up ahead. Last stretch.
More Bastion.
Push through.
There we go. Can't see fucking shit. Oh, fuck, fuck.
Woods on our way out. See you at the bank.
Nice job, everyone. Now, find out what's in that dossier.
Oh, I thought we were gonna have a boat chase. That would have been good.
We went through everything inside that box from the casino's archive room.
Alright.
7 Felix were right. Utazis were moving Pantheon cash through the casino. With a healthy cut in return. We got the breakthrough we needed. Records of wire transfers to a lab in southern Iraq. Directed to Matt V. Gusev. We'll notify Adler so you can take a look on the ground. Time is short. But if we can get our hands on the Pantheon's bioweapon expert, we just might break this whole thing open.
Nice day. Look, you know you're in D.C., not fucking Alaska, right?
Good flag, but
When in Rome, I suppose.
Case, Felix.
After you.
We'll get back to that.
I kind of want to talk to you, Felix, though. Like, come on, man.
Adler. Say again.
Marshal, he's gone.
Elaborate?
The lab's empty and Gusev fled. So we're fucked. Not yet. One scientist was still inside with a canister in the cradle. Like the one we picked up at the palace.
Uh-huh.
And?
We had a stimulating conversation.
How stimulating.
It's a frame-up. Pantheon's activities will point right to Saddam Hussein. Gusev's heading to the Kuwaiti airport as we speak.
Oh, that airport's in a war zone. Even if we head your way soon, can we reach it?
I have a CENTCOM connection in the area. It might be willing to help us.
Might. Well, if we leave within the hour, we'll make it by morning. Out.
When you deal in the gray, you only got mites.
Let's get ready. We'll get some shut-eye on the way.
Oh, sorry, Woods.
You were impressive today. Finally, the legendary Felix Newman in action.
Yes.
What's on your mind?
I need to make a confession.
I'm the furthest thing from a priest, Felix, but speak your piece.
I am deeply ashamed of my actions in the casino.
You take this non-violence thing seriously.
Quite. But then I saw the Lutazi thugs beating a defenseless man mercilessly, a senseless act of power.
No one is innocent in that city.
Afterwards, when I encountered the guard outside the vault, I lost control. In my eyes, he transformed into the avatar of everything I now reject. So I punished him.
Good. It was probably less than what he deserved.
If I lose myself to this endeavor, I am no better than the very enemy we seek to stop, yeah?
Save your pity for the victims. You did what was needed to be done.
No. My reaction was catharsis and indulgence.
Harrow and the Pantheon won't be stopped with kind words and gentle attitudes.
There is always a choice, Savati.
Not always.
I like Felix, honestly. You know, because like he didn't say it was like it wasn't a slip up. He like the way he talked about it, it was like, oh no, it was. He didn't talk about it as if it was a weakness or if it was like, you know, a terrible thing that he should never have done. It's like, no, this was a catharsis. This was an indulgence for him. Like he understands the reason why he was so good with violence at the start was because, you know, he was good at it. He liked it. But then, you know, he never had a true thought about, like, you know, the repercussions until probably some point in his past. And so he's trying to do better by it. And that is a good thing to have in thought. Like, it doesn't matter whether you're... Like, if you're good at terrible things, like, you kind of have to recognize that you're good... That it's a terrible thing that you're good at. And you have to try and not indulge in it. I wonder if we'll get more from Felix.
Perhaps a reevaluation of my priorities is in order. This team deserves my best efforts.
It will. We'll get it.
Time to head inside, Case.
Fine.
You hear back from Livingston?
No. But Felix sent him everything we know about Harrow and the Pantheon. Harrow might still have his ear. Or she doesn't. But he still doesn't trust us. Who fucking knows?
He's got to be rattled either way.
Unnamed? Hello? What are you borking in my chat? Put on the bra? I'm not wearing a bra. How dare you? Look at this body. This body doesn't need a bra, thank you very much. Hi, Raiders. Welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I'm currently in pngtuber form with none of my, you know, tracking or facial expressions or anything like that. Because this is a relatively, like, strong game in terms of, like...
Glug, 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 glug.
Yep, let me get something to drink. This is a relatively strong game in terms of, like, you know, required hardware and such. I might need to use the pngtuber when it comes to doing Dragon Age as well. I'm not 100% certain about that one, but we'll see it when we see. How was War Thunder unnamed? I saw that there was like some sort of popsicle that was playing with you, some sort of donkey popsicle. Thank you for the follow, Pico de Trap. Welcome, welcome. I actually do have a what's-a-mahoozy, hang on, let me just alt-tab and go into my Discord just in case. Ding. Close that one, open this one, dong. There we go. Donkey. Yeah, some sort of like Better Without You. Oh my god, seriously? You were playing Better Without Me? Was I just that good? Was I forcing you up tiers, or did you just like go up to higher tier gear? Thank you for the anonymous gift idea. I can already see in the notifications that the suggested gift is a Running Girl high-impact sports bra for women. A running bra workout crop tank top long line sports bra push-up. Thank you. How are you holding up, Woods?
It's strange, man. Even if we clear our names, get out alive, don't think I can go back to the same life. This thing we got here, this group, it's good in its own fucked up way.
You don't have to return to Langley.
No, but I haven't told anyone.
Leopard print 2?
With Mason
Look, I already have like gifts on my throne that are like reasonable. Check out my throne. On there is a featured throne item. Hang on a second.
He's gonna amount to something someday.
I have a featured throne item where I will get myself a treadmill. Well, this is a treadmill, and it can hold my dump truck of an ass as I'm trying to lose weight. And if we get this treadmill, I'm gonna organize a marathon subathon where basically I'm gonna walk, or you know, maybe if the pad will do it, like a light jog, and I'm gonna go through like at least I think 2 or 3 kilometers, because that's what I can normally do in like a half an hour thing. Any subs or bits will, you know, contribute to a longer walk and what have you. And then there will be like greater incentives, such as thank you for the contribution, unnamed. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Maybe. I'm willing to give it a try anyway.
So, thank you, thank you. Hi there, Wolf Zeta. Where'd your muscles go? This is just the standard pngtuber. I know he's not like muscly as like my base form and such, but this is how Insom drew me. What Insomnia is the artist, and they do amazing artwork for like twink and himbo like body types as well. So unnamed, if you are looking for more furry artists to commission, go look at What Insomnia. They do some amazing stuff. Granted, their waitlist can be a little bit long, so it's not like you're going to get something like within the month that you've commissioned them. It's going to be a case of you put your name down and maybe a few months later you'll get to them. So you can easily save money and what have you.
Yeah, man. Enjoy Kuwait.
Casino Utazi Violence. Cool. Alright, time for Kuwait. Thank you for the follow, Hello Racer Gamer. Alrighty. I love how they keep circled this guy as if he's doing the Pantheon shit, but he's not. Adler's got a buddy in CENTCOM who may be able to get us to the airport in Kuwait. It's in a hot zone, though. You better come through. Once Gustav gets in the air, he'll be totally off the map. Alright. Nice. So violent. Get hit with the following pipes, damn it. I don't have the pipe sound on my Discord, it seems.
0900. Captain Sims.
Not now. Figured if I stuck around hell long enough, I'd see the devil.
How's he look?
Not what I expected. I left Langley because of you. Remember that, don't you?
Central Command, huh?
It's above the table. Unambiguous. Maybe you should give it a try.
No, it's a little late for me. So can you get us to Gustav?
I can get you close. But Doc, this is it for me.
Racer_gamer21 paid me to say it also seems you don't have a pipe sound alert, making ideas.
I do have like pipe sounds, but they're not on the Discord sounds. They're like they're in like something else. Like hang on a second. If I they're gonna be somewhere, no doubt. Hello there. Alright. William Calderon. 1991. I wasn't even born then.
Eagle 2, breaking formation.
5-6 out. That tank line should keep the Iraqis busy enough for you to slip in behind. Gustav won't see you coming. That's him. Top lab rat for an army of mercs.
Gustav's developing the Pantheon.
Ah!
Phantom with the 25-month tier 1 sub. Why is a skinny zebra in Grant chair?
Because this is Grant. This is just how he's drawn when he's not hyper muscular. If you want, you can hyper himbo me. It's like 69 bits.
Make sure you don't mess it up. makes us a fire team, right, Kate? Cut the chatter and get moving. I'll be your eyes, so stay on comm.
Hopefully the game isn't like super loud for everyone.
Hold up, Case. Adler's on the hunt, but we still got rules out here. I trust you'll follow.
Let's go.
Coalition airstrikes are wrapping up. That's our cue. Entrance is on the other side of the parking lot. Let's move. Airstrike cleared the way.
Oh boy.
Contact. Snipers on the overpass. Got mortar fire. Clear them out. Nice shot. One mortar left. Knock him down. Case, target the mortars.
Can't see the fucking mortars from here. Thank you for the hyper himbo. Thank you, thank you.
Get down. Reinforcements coming out the terminal.
They're in our way. Push through them.
Case, get to cover. Sniper down. Good shot.
We're almost clear.
Clean up the stragglers.
Area's clear.
Let's get through that terminal.
There we go. Alright. Let's get moving.
Plane is on the other side of this terminal.
They're gearing up the fence. We can sneak past.
No time for that.
Are you serious?
Return fire. Go right. Take it left. We got incoming. Far side to the back. Clear. Let's open that gate.
Got a hell of a body count going.
Yeah, that's just how he
Just
works.
hope this Gusev guy's working. He is.
Alrighty, I'm not really interested in their weapons.
The scientist.
Well, I survived that for way too long than I should have. Damn. Hi there, Matt. Welcome to the stream. Prioritize eliminating. Yep, cool. Noted. Thank you for the money. Oh, hello. Thank you for the bat. Ow. Ow! Killed by a grenade. I didn't even see the indicator then.
RPG's down. Good shot, Case. We clear? Clear. Move up.
Alrighty. Anything of any goods? Yep. Armor plate is always worthwhile. Reload you. Reload you. Is there a better weapon here? Not exactly.
Okay, let's get a move on.
Yep. Alright, let's go with this valve.
Goose's plane is on the right. Hasn't hit the runway yet. Hold this and take some range anyway. Got some injured here. Check your corners. They look unarmed. Stay cool. Archuko, Saiduni.
Ow.
Close.
Fuck you.
Ammo cache on the counter. Gear up.
Fuck it. Let's go for the same LMG. Oh, claw hammer. We're gonna use the claw hammer for a change. And then ammo, because we can. Frag, we got.
Case, let's move. We can't let Goose escape. Hostiles in the offices. Lock and load. Hostiles, open fire. Move in. Machine gunner, right side. Snipers, far into the corridor. Reinforcements moving left side.
Nice. Ooh, you gotta go to play some Left 4 Dead. Not to worry, Phantom. Hope you have a wonderful time in Dead Space. Sorry, I thought I said Left 4 Dead for a minute there. That was fucked up. Yay, we now have a knife as our... Fuck it, back to Clawhammer we go.
Move it, Case. The plane's up ahead.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Just let me do my shit.
There's a passenger jet bridge. Hurry.
What the?
Let's get on that plane.
Alright.
No way this plane's taking off now. It's pinned between us and the tank line. Marshall, we're about to board.
Copy, grab him and go. Coalition's almost on your ass.
Sweep the cabin. Engage! Ambush! Wounded! Ammo good? Go back down! Loaded up! You're in the open!
Slow and steady. Always thought Dead Space could use a mode like Left 4 Dead. Nah, it doesn't need one. I don't like. Maybe, but like, it's not really a
One's going in the cover. Got one moving up. Up ahead. Cut him down. This is it.
Damn it. I didn't do that properly. But yeah, hey Warhorse, Indra. Yeah, no, I think Dead Space, I don't know if it needs a Left 4 Dead mode, because like, GTFO kind of fills that hole for us, personally speaking. I think...
RC, look out.
I couldn't even see the fucking RC.
Hostiles up ahead. Cut him down. Let's secure the cabin and find food. Watch the aisles for RCs. Got one moving up. I'll get him from a distance.
Couldn't fucking see because I ran into my own concussion. I'm an idiot.
All clear. No sign of Gusev yet. Must be in the cockpit. Case, you're up.
Alright, here we go. Uh-oh.
Clear.
It's not Gusev's plane. We took the bait.
Marshall, we need eyes on Gusev ASAP.
Searching the area now.
Tanks are almost here.
Found him outside Terminal 3. They're taking him to a military cargo plane.
Terminal 3. That's
I'm
clear.
trying to think of a good mode that Dead Space could join in on, because the co-op didn't really help that much. I think Dead Space might work in like the Last of Us sort of format where it's like stealth action. where it's like, you know, narrative and you got like stealth elements to it. I think it would work well there. Uh-oh.
Gusta's cargo plane is on the other side of the tarmac. You're gonna get pounded out there. No way we'll make it in time. I'll take it something. Follow me. Knock him down. Keep moving.
Be advised, you got coalition helos inbound from the east.
Uh-oh. Nice. Here's our ride.
Coalition tanks are gonna be gunning for us in this T-72. Fuck me. I'm gonna get pulverized with my own tank rocket.
As I got eyes on a T-72 hauling ass across the tarmac like a madman.
Yeah, that'd be us.
Okay. Maintain heading to intercept Goose's cargo plane.
Just like that egg, eh, Jim? Yeah, that was a shit show too. Damn!
Jesus Christ.
Goose's plane is tacked into the runway.
I have no clue which is our enemies and which is our allies. It's a little bit insane right now. We're gonna crash through the glass. Just, oh, there's a plane. Fire. No thought. Head empty like a himbo. Just fire at it.
We gotta go. Come on.
Oh! Hello!
You're a hard man to find, Gusu.
It's high time we had a chat.
Please! The Pantheon forced me to help them! They threatened my family!
You buying that, Sims?
No, kids probably came with the what?
It's a good thing we brought a lie detector. Case, make him talk.
Jane Harrow brought me a biological agent, the Cradle, from an American lab. The Pantheon wanted me to make it infectious, more violent. The victims tear each other apart, like animals.
Who else is working with Harrow? Daniel Livingston?
Never heard of him. I don't know. Why would they tell me?
You're lying.
No, I swear it. They don't share anything unless they need to. Ah! Ah!
You can do better than that. Case,
Are they gonna let us do it? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't. Please, you must believe me.
Torture doesn't work, by the by. Like, it doesn't. This sensationalized it to the fucking extreme.
Vorkuta, a former Russian prison camp. It became a bioweapon lab years ago, before it was shut down. But it still has what they need to scale up production of the Cradle.
that'll work. You can dispose of him now.
What? No!
Told us what he knows.
Getting soft in your old age, huh, Sims?
You've got your ways and I've got mine. Gustaf's in my custody now.
Marshall, you catch all that?
Ugh.
Affirmative. Mother loads in Vorkuta. I'll let the others know we're headed there.
The Cradle leaves that camp. The Pantheon can release it anytime, anywhere. Millions could be at risk.
No war crimes. I think I shot people running away. I'm pretty sure I have already committed several war crimes.
If the Cradle's in Vorkuta, the Pantheon will have that base well defended. We'll approach.
There's
that
been
low
so many different kinds of ways, like different sorts of missions we've had in this Black Ops. It's like, oh, the developers maybe don't want to do just a classic Call of Duty first person. It's like, oh, here's one with the stealth. Here's one with an open world, similar to Helldivers.
To know what defenses they have and whether there's anything you can do to
I like the zombies mode, I will be real with you though. I feel like they did well with this one. I do need to play the other zombie modes, however, but I don't have other Call of Duty Black Ops games or World at War to have like a good comparison for.
Let me at them. Heavy military presence. Looks entirely Pantheon.
Can you get in?
Inside the perimeter already. Now I just need to dress the part.
Keep us updated.
I guess he'll do.
Hey, he's finally back.
Terrible takedown.
Marshall, I'm new.
This guy's gonna...
About to engage in a little.
This guy is gonna die of frostbite for sure.
I see their SAM site. Looks loaded.
You thinking about placing charges on that bad boy?
Perhaps. Or I could sabotage their unloaded warheads. Convince them to swap out.
If you can find someone to do it for you, sure.
It's a possibility.
Alright.
They have a very impressive radar dish.
Yeah, we need to do something about that. Could just plant a charge on the dish.
Or take out its power supply. It must be connected to a generator.
Any other options?
Someone's stationed behind the security window there. A chat could be in order.
Time to do some persuasions.
An attack helicopter landed in a gated area below. I might be able to place a charge on it.
If you can get that close.
And they're about to service it. Wonder if I could meddle with the fuel supply.
Perhaps you can add some water to it.
There's a security station. Maybe I can try sweet-talking the guard inside.
I'm sorry, but 1991, how many women were in, like, private military?
Looks like they're about to load cargo into it. Something to exploit.
By all means.
Alrighty, use the map to investigate multiple ways of sabotaging the enemy's radar, surface-to-air missiles, and attack helicopter, clearing the way for your team to infiltrate. It will update with useful information as you investigate.
Utilize all three. We'll be good to go.
I've got one pair of I got one set of explosions, so let's head to the radar dish for an up.
And Seth, keep an eye out for the cradle. It's somewhere on that base.
Noted. I'm sorry, but how did you infiltrate from the top of a tower? Alrighty. So nothing new there. Even in Sky, some actions are considered restrictions, such as lockpicking or aiming weapons. Entering restricted areas will make enemies suspicious. Getting caught will blow your cover.
Work my magic on this lock.
There we go.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Not for me, it isn't. Can't wait to get out of here. Thought this was a 3-day assignment, not a week.
I shouldn't leave this body lying around.
Alrighty. Now the question is, what is the control for like being able to like stow my weapon? Because I'm gonna need to do that a few times, I imagine. Next weapon, fire weapon, lethal is E, interact. Next weapon is 2. Depleted weapon stashing is on. Movement. combat. Keybinds. Alright. Keybind preview. Alright. Mental, focus, prone, interact. B is for the finishing move. R is for reloading. And then, so that's for my different sprays. That's an dismiss action. Change stance. Slide. Previous. Next weapon. Open contextual menu. Map. Objectives. Launcher. Dismiss menus. 5, 4, 3. H is the auto forward moving. B, C. Alright. Alrighty, so. Oh, hello. So, gas goes in there. What's in here?
Hey. Report. We're clear. Copy.
Munition, tranquilizer trap.
Could plant this on one of the defenses.
Ammo up the wazoo, another weapon. Come on, close the door, please. Close the door. Serious? Okay. Grab that for a thingy. Grab the money. Oh, hello, dude.
Water. This would do some damage if it somehow made it into the chopper's fuel.
Oh, okay, so. Alright, time to go upstairs. Throwing knives will be useful for distant,
They got you patrolling too, huh?
Weren't you Air Force back in the day?
I was, just for a year. Transferred out, decided Heights.
Yeah, how'd the Coast Guard? Yeah, I've got the panel open. Nope, I don't see anything like that. You wanna come check it yourself? Am I crazy? Copy. Copy.
Okay, so an explosive charge can go there. What about... Alright. Let's try and keep the... Let's try and keep explosions to a minimum. That's a pick lock thing. So there's 2 of them.
Was it just...
What the hell? We're compromised.
Weapons free.
Damn it.
Almost blew it. I could use more of
3
these.
explosive charges. Sounds good. And then grab you. Alrighty. Alright, time to tune this. Two, three, three, eight. 2, 3, 3, 8. Thank you for the monies. Alrighty. There must be a way to compromise this without explosives. Alright, cool. So. Alright, let's have a talk with the man.
Just tell Sergeant Whitman that I'll have it ready for him. Out.
Copy that.
Is the radar system operational right now?
As far as I know. Why, is something wrong? Junk? They could be right. I'm still trying to figure this shit out.
Looks like they recently ran a clutter simulation. Whatever that is. The radar must go offline when the simulation's running. Report codes. Interesting. One's listed as system malfunction, code 11A.
Mm-hmm.
He was deferring to a Sergeant Whitman over the radio. That might be useful.
Alright.
So what's up? You serious? Why am I just now hearing about this? Was he more specific about what he wants? Not surprising, I guess. First time I've ever handled one of those. I'll just wait on your word to kick that simulation off.
Alright, sounds good.
Another day in paradise.
Radar's handled. I talked their operator into running a clutter simulation.
Clutter simulation. They won't see us coming. I like that.
Alright.
Now for the helo in that SAM site. Whichever you want next.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, fresh meat.
Gross.
Nothing personal. It's a revolving door around here.
Oh, joy.
They just got here. I don't see any reason to rush it.
It looks like the origin of that warhead shipment was Belarus.
Mm-hmm.
A work order to put new guidance chips into the warhead.
GCX 78.
GCX-78.
So we're just gonna do word salad, I see.
Warheads aren't supposed to be installed until tomorrow. Maybe I can expedite that.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you know about these warheads anyway? I haven't even seen you around before now. Sure, but those things aren't ready yet. Well, if you're so in the know, what's the upgrade?
GCX 78.
Okay, I guess I can look into it this afternoon. All right, knock yourself out then.
I'm sorry, where the fuck? There we go. That's annoying.
Any other container? Where else would I put it? Running out of room.
These may come in handy for something.
They were not expecting that. Alright, so we got wire cutters, which could be of help. Alrighty. Nice.
This wiring could use a trim.
Mm-hmm. Just in case they try and run it ahead of time.
Good work. Now you need to get the guard to swap the active warheads for the duds.
Mm-hmm. Gonna need to carry that body soon. Get this one out of the way. There we go. Okay, try and be a little more stealthy. There we go. Ah, that's better. It's not perfect, but better.
Well, look who's back. Well, okay then. I'll get those new warheads installed right away.
There we go.
Now you just gotta clip their wings. Go hit that helo, Sam.
Oop. Thank you for the claw hammer. I'll go for that one. 074512. Alright, so 07412. Alrighty. 30217. 7. All right. 7 3 2 1 0. There we go. Take that money. Well, they're not doing good shots here, so...
I've rigged this up.
All right, I like it.
That's all of the targets.
And no sign of the weapon. They gotta have a security station. You might be able to use the camera feed inside to locate the weapon.
Could rig these vehicles to explode.
Then we flying guns blazing.
Ah, I see what they want me to do now. I don't know if I have enough explosives though, so this is going to be a bit of a fun one to figure out. Fuck. Alright, last checkpoint. Let's go. Alright, so sabotaging the vehicles would be good. So there's... Now the question is it seen as a restricted action? Come on, come on. There we go. So that's one.
There we go.
Two. No more C... So there's no C4 in this room. Annoying. I've already dealt with the thingy there. Hello, Shoto! Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Alright. Could you not, please? There we go. Nope, can't go under the truck. Can't go over it. Seriously? You're redoing a piece right now? Oh, nice! I think I saw you, working on... I think I saw you post about that one. Nice! I hope it goes well. The sketches you've been doing have been really good. I'm curious to see what other, levels of your work are like. Oop. Nice. More explosive charges.
Hello.
Hello, Jason. Oh my god, I'm running through a I'm running very stealthily right now, so I gotta be mindful. All right, so that's an assault rifle with hip fire, which I don't need. That's an SMG. That's a tranquilizer trap. That's a standard assault rifle. How is it going on your side of things? Add BRB, not to worry. Is going good. Nice. I am doing fairly all right. I am currently in pngtuber form because. All right, hang on. So swap over to pistol. That way I can get out of the restricted zone. There we go. So I can't do anything with that truck. Alright. Where is... Alright, here's the next vehicle. I'm going back around and putting C4 on as many of the vehicles as I can, because I learned that is a side objective. There we go. Okay, so that's where I came out from. So where is the next vehicle? Hi there, Sky. Welcome, welcome.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Another day in paradise.
Another day, another laugh. Okay, why can't I lockpick you, though? You would be helpful, but for whatever reason, you don't want me lockpicking you. Oh, knowing my luck, the vehicle... Yeah, the vehicle, there's one in the building, I think. So, hang on a second. So, yeah, 4 or 5. So, I got like one more to do. And it's, like, at the building. Alright, so that one isn't open.
Garcia said there's some kind of tunnel system under the base. Oh yeah. This whole thing was a prison camp a while back.
That's something.
Whoever got sent here.
Looks like some kind of work authorization form.
I hear they experimented on you.
That sounds useful.
I'm here.
Find anything?
Nothing happening.
Copy that. Keep your eyes peeled.
Mm-hmm.
The lab was built in the tunnels. Apparently the Soviets used it in the 80s for their bioweapons program.
They don't seem to give a shit about it now. Don't even think they know we're here.
Yeah, I heard the Reds shut it down.
I've been spotted.
Defuse the situation if you can.
Yep. Still code green. Nice. Pick up the body so it's not sitting at, you know, an easy to find door. Drop you here. And pick that up. Grab you and drop you here. You're back and you posted it? Nice! Good to hear. I'll have a look later. What have I done with Grant? I am Grant. This is just how the appearance is with the Insomnia PNGs, and I'm kind of okay with it. I do wish I was a little bit bigger, but I need to save money to do that, unfortunately. Alright, there we go. There we go. Mm-hmm. Alrighty, so there's truck.
All clear.
Copy. Actual out.
I can't remember how to whistle. Is there a whistle option? Please tell me there's a whistling option. No, there isn't. Not from what I can see. Darn. Have you thought about Phasmophobia with friends on stream? I'm not a huge fan of Phasmophobia. I've tried it like 2-3 times now, and every time it's Here's the thing. Phasmophobia is not fun if you have to think about it, okay? It's like oh, we need to fight. Like, it's not oh, let's try and survive with minimal resources. It's oh, let's think about what the monster is. Let's do the... Like, I don't like investigation. I'm very bored of that. If I'm not mistaken, didn't you get spooked? Yeah, I think I got spooked like 1 or 2 times. But the fact of the matter is that, like, the Phasmophobia is just like, oh, let's just do investigation, but with monsters. And it's like, I don't care. Alright, so we got those 2 guys there. Alright, where is he going? Where is he going? Ever give Stalker a look? I think so, but I think I'd only have interest in Stalker 2, not going back to, like, Shadow of Chernobyl or what have you. Alrighty. Oop, hello. Alright, let's see. How likely am I going to be in trouble for this one? Cool, it's not the end of the world.
I heard some...
3 arms there? Sure. Alrighty. Oop. Hello, good sir. Looking the wrong way. Thank you for the monies. Thank you for the C4. Gonna lurk, cause you're about to eat? Fair enough. I should... Oh no, I don't have to eat anything anytime soon. Alrighty then. What are my options? I can sabotage the fuel, but I don't know where the fuel is. Oh wait, no, here's the fuel. Alright. So, fuel is here, but I don't exactly... Ah, there we go.
Let's see how this thing flies with ice in its engine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Marshal, I hope they like the new fuel mix in their chopper.
I don't even want to know, but good work.
That's all of the targets.
And no sign of the weapon. They gotta have a security station. You might be able to use the camera feed inside to locate the weapon. Then we fly in guns blazing.
Sounds good. I'm sorry, am I not allowed to... Okay, so I can't go any further than this. So I have to go all the way back to the quote-unquote start. Alright, running. Thankfully, no one suspects a fucking thing. Ooh, hello. Silenced assault rifle? Yeah. There we go.
Come on, Seth. Clock's ticking.
Yeah, nope, I get you.
Need you to locate the cradle.
What do you think I'm doing? I need to get into this door.
Seeing increased activity over here.
Be extra cautious.
Great advice.
Oh, another explosive. And... silence pistol. Yes, please. Alrighty. I swear I picked up my knife. Why am I not using a knife?
I'm on the security terminal. Stand by.
Alright, here we go.
Start with another cipher code.
Oh my god, this is a long fucking code. Alright, 3... So... 3, 5 is A. 0 is N. 1 is... 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 7 is O. Pan, I don't know what the word is. 3 again is P. 35073 T. Panopt. 8 is E. Panops? Never heard of that word before. That's a little bit funny.
Yesterday morning, Commander. There's really not enough time to completely...
Time?
Yes, the risk of contempt...
I will determine the risks.
Commander, if...
Is that?
Mm-hmm.
We've done what we came here to do. The weapon has shipped. Now we evacuate before the CIA or the Soviets learn we're here. Clear enough?
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds good.
We may already be compromised if the chaos around this camp is any indication. Come with me.
Alright. RPG Maker horror games, AO. RPG makers, the only ones I've seen are the porn ones, unfortunately. I'm not really good at trying out indie games.
Jane's here now?
Just saw her on the security feed. In some lab. Probably underground.
Jesus. Alright, new plan. We're not leaving empty-handed. We wreck this place, grab Harrow unharmed. I've got a few questions.
Haro is probably leading the whole thing, so...
Moving out now.
Big DJ, just sort of like,
Seth, time to take that radar offline.
My pleasure.
Emotional damage.
Hi, Blue.
Yeah, that clutter simulation set up. Whitman ready for it?
He sure is.
Starting now.
Arcus 1, we've got aircraft to the northeast. Fast approach. You got this? Are you serious?
No, I've got a sim running right now.
Looks like a... Damn, we're taking fire! Fire in the hole!
Oh, hello.
Let him have it, okay? Ted, we're approaching the base. How's it going down there?
Moving to the rendezvous point. I think I know the way to Harrow.
That's what I want to hear.
Firing missile.
Watch out! Sam's on the way. Sam!
At your service.
Taking contact. Receiving full incoming fire. That's good below, okay? Take him out. RPG's below. Hooked up. Tear him up. Stretch in the courtyard. Take him out. That's our route to the left, the skylight. Dreamer, take us over. Okay, bunch of guys there. Clear them out. Good job.
There we go.
Let's go down. Case, after me. Adler, you follow Case.
Propelling down.
Right behind you, Case.
Oh.
Perfect timing. Could use some help. The way underground's on the other side of the base.
Of course it is. Lead the way. Push forward.
Damn it, I thought I timed that. How's it going, Blue? You doing alright? Why are you pointing at me? Is it because of the lack of muscles that are normally seen on me?
The way underground's on the other side of the base.
Of course it is. Lead the way. Push forward.
Glug, 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 glug.
Alrighty, let me take care of myself. How is it going, Blue? How is your Sunday morning? Do you have to work Sunday? How is it? Tell me more, tell me more.
Outside. Let's move.
Pantheon in the courtyard. They don't want us in those tunnels. Phoenix, go keep them off us. We're good here.
Tunnel entrance is in a shack across the base. We need to fight our way across.
Okay, so I can't do that. Fuck you, then. C4? Fuck it, C4. Never mind, it apparently will block C4 as well. You're tired? Last night's work was a mess? I'm sorry that work was a mess, but hey, at least it's Sunday now. At least you don't have, like, crazy going off.
Fall back or slip out somewhere else.
See you all on the other side.
Alrighty.
Felix, we're heading underground to find Harold.
Oh boy, we don't get Felix with us. You've been tinkering around again? You want to play more Commander? Oh, have you now?
Lay your weapons.
Well, I'll be able to play on, like, the tabletop sim. I've not made any new Commander decks. I am still running the same two. Although, I might update my Alara one. You know, the mono black? Alright. Disruptor. And let's go with homing knife.
Pantheon ahead. Got your 6.
There we go. Fuck you.
Tenacious as ever, Troy, but this time you're in over your head. Just turn back now before you get yourself hurt. Or worse.
What did I just... Oh, I see what I picked up. Okay, yeah, fine.
We got this. Come on.
Oh, that feels like a... Oof. There we go. Nice.
Troy, you're too stubborn. You refuse to see the big picture here. You have no clue what's...
Oh, they're both Model L. Okay, let's swap that around. Hang on a second. So that's a Model... Let's go with this one. Alright. Money? Yes, please. Corpses up the wazoo, so these were just side things. Of course, but need more people. Yeah, I guess that is true. You need at least 4, I would say. Or 3, sorry. You need at least 3. 4 is a good number. If you go greater than 4, though, you're in trouble.
I always admired your courage.
Yep.
That's what makes this so hard.
Pick up the C4. I don't want to use the LMG here.
All stations, weapons free. Do whatever it takes.
Wait, can I pick up your minigun? Yes, I can! Alright, let's go.
I don't got time for this shit. Okay, divide and conquer. Case left. Stab with me.
Oh, God. Why you gotta make me do it like this?
Case, I know you can hear me. Troy's made his decision. It doesn't have to be yours. You have a gift. Don't let it die here in the dirt.
Oh, god damn it.
We can't change how this ends.
Don't listen to her, Kate.
Fuck all that. Yeah. Oh, cutscene, I guess. Fuck you.
Bump into each other, don't we, Case? I take it Dr. Goose had pointed you here. I knew he would eventually let us down. But unusual circumstances make for unusual bedfellows. I'm sure you're well aware of that by now. I respect you, Case. I do. You put everything into your work. You're principled. You may not believe it anymore, but I am too. It's all just about perspective.
Nothing, like... Jane, you're making a biological weapon.
You draw the line, Case, the nature of a weapon. What does the form matter if it protects your values? What if you kill one person with that weapon, but you end up saving 2 lives?
Yep, alright, time to get started. Come on, let me...
Easy, easy.
Take me, kill me, Troy. There's nothing you can do to stop this.
You know I hate being told what I can't do. Felix, get ready. We're headed back to the Rook with the guest.
Nice.
We got lucky down there.
Jeder ist seines Glückes Schmied. Everyone is responsible for their own fortune. That includes Harrow. We don't know where that weapon went. I'll consider us lucky when Jane starts talking.
If
She'll talk, one way or the other. Count on it.
We're on our way home, and I can feel a giant guillotine hanging over our heads. When it drops, it's anyone's guess. Who is this person we're bringing back? Won't say a word. She's got that I know something you don't smirk on her face. I used to think it was cute, amusing. Maybe I should have seen this coming. She was changing, and I wasn't changing with her, but I couldn't tell the difference. I just can't wrap my head around this. The motivation. She was a patriot. Followed in her parents' footsteps. They were both CIA too. They were her inspiration. Believed in the mission. She'd never let them down. So what am I missing?
Probably the fact that, you know, as you go, like, sticking around with, like, undesirable and removal of restrictions and what have you, you're gonna start having gray morals.
Hey, we got a problem.
Are still playing hard to get? Big surprise.
She had something embedded in her forearm, a device. Felix thinks it's a tracker of some kind.
They know where we are?
We should assume that.
Then let's get out of here. Take her someplace else.
No, we don't have time to relocate. We make our stand here. If the Pantheon want her, they're gonna have to fight for her on our turf.
We need to get her to talk before that happens.
Doesn't sound like she's on a schedule.
Leave that to me. I've got something tucked away that'll help. I just need some time to prepare. You're okay with this, Marshal? Right?
Get on it. The rest of us will start fortifying the house.
Cool. Not helpful, but cool. Knowing fucking Adler, it's like some psychological nonsense, because he did that to us last time. Alrighty. Where is...
Started on Harrow. We're in it for the long haul.
Alright, so... Gear... Alright, let's have a look at our training. So we can increase our health, reduce damage taken by explosions. Alright, let's... reduce the flinching nonsense. Reduce movement penalties when reloading or using equipment reload while attack sprinting. Taking damage from gunfire provides a minor boost to movement speed for a short duration. When at a death's door, receive a burst of health and speed. Killing in at row give you a temporary health boost. Homing knives do 50% more. Hit by the disruptor is done 50% longer. And then gear weapons. Let's have a look. Move 25% faster while using heavy weapons is interesting. I do kind of want to get that assault rifle just for the hellsies of it, but it looks like you need a lot of money for it, so that's going to be a do it later kind of thing.
Use the board when you want to get Harrow in here.
We're almost ready.
How well did you know Harrow?
Obviously not well enough. When Harrow arrived at Langley, she held a lot of promise. Curiosity, intellect, ambition. I tried to guide her in those early years. Maybe I wasn't the right one for the job.
Harrow's ambition was misdirected.
It certainly served her well in her career. She now holds the most sway in the Special Activities Division behind Livingston himself. Its official name is Phoenosorazine, but MK Ultra coined it Separation.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna drug her with failed experiments.
It doesn't have an expiration date.
What does it do?
Subjects had fragmented their psyche, a form of induced schizophrenia. We're gonna find the part of Harrow that's willing to talk to us. Don't ask.
That's not confidence, Adler. That's not confidence. You're not meant to just sort of be like, oh yeah, no, don't ask about the fucking like MK Ultra drug that is, you know, everyone fucking rift into CIA because of that nonsense. My god. Imagine the shit that CIA succeeded on if we're getting leaks of their failures. There's no way they just have, like, only their failures in there. There's gonna be successes that are gonna be, like, probably more disastrous. Point of no return. You will no longer be able to freely explore the Rook. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes, because I've already done all the, what's-mahoozy things in and around here.
Think she'll survive it?
I don't think Adler cares if she survives it, just so long as we get information.
Is all this really necessary? I am outnumbered 5.5 to 1.
Hmm.
Just give me a fucking reason.
Enough bullshit. Just tell us what you're doing with that bioweapon. This doesn't have to get ugly.
Well, where's the fun in that?
Jane? Please, okay? You're better than this.
Oh, you don't even know if you can do it. We've both made our choices, Troy. I stand by mine, do you?
I miss the old you. Let's see if she's still in there.
I don't think drugs are going to be that fast, but okay, cool. We're fading to black, which means that there could be any amount of time.
Jane, you there?
What is this?
Had the cause of separation. Just relax.
Relax. Try.
What is it? Talk to me.
No. Please, no.
Jane.
I don't want to do this. No.
This is your true self.
Separation.
Separated out from the rest.
Separation anxiety. Cool. Oh, we're playing as her this time. Why?
There's a bioweapon, and you're planning an attack of some kind. Tell me about it.
I can try. But I would never do something like that.
This is not what anxiety is like, I'm gonna be real with you. I do like this trippy nonsense, but not for the sake of torture. Because that is what this is it's torture.
No. Something happened here.
In your house? What do you see?
Accidentally sent the wrong ult, different pants color. No, not to worry. Mommy? Oh, yay, a child. Jane Harrow. Jesus Christ, she has so many fucking toys. Let me guess, there's a home invasion or something.
Sweetie, listen to me.
You're bleeding.
I'll be fine. I had a little accident, that's all. Mommy needs you to stay in your room.
Why do you have a gun?
Jane, just get under your bed and stay there as long as you can, okay? It's like you're playing hide and seek.
I don't want to.
Jane, please.
It's the CIA. Torture goes with them like peanut butter and jelly. Annoyingly. And plus, it's like we don't get any new techniques until like, what, 2020?
A childhood memory. Your mother was in danger?
Yes.
Why do you think you're remembering this now?
I've never stopped remembering this, Troy. It made me who I am. Or was. Or will be. I don't know anymore.
What about the cradle? Does that name mean anything to you?
I don't think it's helping her. Like
something to do with my mirror.
Your mirror?
Yes. Someone that knows. Someone that knows is inside. Don't you fucking dare. You don't need to tell them anything. I need to know. Keep your mouth shut.
Jane, you alright?
I'm somewhere else. I have to fix the mirror. Put the pieces back together.
Jane's scavenger hunt.
Win a shard by searching around. Solve the clues for numbers found. These 3 numbers you must glean, then put them in the order seen.
Desk Scout Tea Party.
When I was a girl, my mother loved making scavenger hunts for me.
Where are you now?
I'm in Vorkuta.
Vorkuta. You were there recently. That's
Are
where
you
you scaled up the bioweapon. Where did it go after that?
I don't remember.
Nani?
What the hell is this Alice in Wonderland shit? Who the fuck knows? The CIA and their torture want to do their thing, but the problem is that we all... Like, we learn at this point that torture doesn't work in getting information we do not have. The only reason we do torture is for, like, some weird power trip. It does not help. Like, the way to get, They came for tea and friendly chat.
Count the guests and double that.
1, 2, 3, 4. So, 8. It's either 6 or it's 8, because there's the doll there, and these 3 can be guests, so that could be 6. Or it is, like, all 4 of them, which makes, you know, 8. Let's go with 8.
I'm trying to picture you at a tea party.
They happened, Troy. Though it didn't last. Some people retreat into their imaginations after tragedy. I did the opposite. Count them all and let's begin. Trophies minus badges will get the win.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. So 6 trophies, 5 badges makes it 1. Hello? Why can't I? Is that it? We're just gonna leave her crying? Sure.
My mother loved the thrill of the hunt. The unlocking of a puzzle.
Isn't it proven that the threat is just as effective as doing it? Okay, so this is gonna be some real, like, controversial shit, but when it comes to the exchange of information, so in this instance, trying to get knowledge that you do not have, that another person has, it is about relationship, and it's a bargaining game. You, the person with the lack of information, is trying to garner information from the other person. Now, the easiest way to do that is usually by having a relationship with the individual and, you know, sort of quid pro quo and such. Threat of torture, yes, kind of gets into it, but really what gets into it is the fact that they feel like that if they don't talk, it compromises the mission. That's the thing. Torture means says anything to stop the torture. That means either you can say anything and want, even if it's false. Yeah. So that's the thing, is that torture can lead to like false confessions and what have you. So what needs to happen is, instead of, because here's the thing, is that once again, Burn Notice of all fucking TV shows has actually done some pretty interesting shit with, like, interrogations and nonsense, where it's like, one, you do a psychological thing of, like, you know, if you are injuring yourself, you can trick the other person, because the fear of, like, the torture is always greater than the actual torture, or you put an inside man in to, you know, quietly exchange information to make sure that, you know, they're sort of looking at the person with the assailant that's like, you better not be compromising our shit, and using what little information they know as a means to, one, give credibility to themselves, so the other person, in a game of confidence of like, no, I know I'm not compromising, because they would have been told this, but I know for a fact it's that. So there's that one there. There's all sorts of different methods of information gathering, and the good information gatherers have to deal with the problematic peeps, which are, they just tell stories. They just go on and on and on and all about this information, because so long as you're talking, so they think they're getting information. So long as you're not, you know, being totally false with them, they're going to take your word, and they're going to try their best to get information. So if you just give them a lot of flutter, it's, you know, a problem.
Working hard, wanting more, always seek the highest score.
All right, so 8, 1, so 5. No. All right, so 8, 1, 9. Ah, fuck.
Your parents push you hard. I remember.
It wasn't a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Firm but gentle. Things stick in those early years.
If you want to get, yeah, no, it is. Like, here, like, that's the thing, is that to get information, it is, as I said earlier, a quid pro a quid pro quo thing. Alright, so 1, actually, hang on, so that was 8, that was 9, and then that's 1, and they want us doing it, so desk, which is 9, scouts, which is 1, 9, 1, 8, okay. So it's either 918 or 916. So let's go. There we go. So it was 8. They include the doll in that. Alright, so there's our first shard.
A shard.
But yeah, point is, don't torture people. It is not helpful. It is, as Felix mentions, it is an indulgence. It does not help in this regard.
Here goes.
Jane.
Things that help is like, you know...
My mother told me to stay under the bed, but I didn't.
Like, the things that get you information is quid pro quo, relationships, and, you know, safety. People want to feel that they are safe and they're doing the right thing. Oh my god.
Janie. Stay here. No. Look at me. Stay here. Don't make a sound. I'll come for you. Understand?
Yes, but...
Shh. Be brave for me. Be brave.
You never told me this about how they died.
It's not something you needed to know, Troy.
Next reflection.
I'm somewhere else again. I've been here before. A lab. They're taking something.
Ugh.
Pantheon stole a bioweapon from a U.S. lab. Do you remember?
It's starting to come back to me.
Fuck you. Oh, cool. We're back in the,
Yes. Oh, there's a mirror shard here. Above me.
Find it. We're gonna unblock you. Get those answers.
Are you cooperating with them? The lift has no power. Looks like it's connected to several generators.
fuck you. Are you serious? I have to deal with these motherfuckers. Alrighty, so that's Woods' thing. There was a level where I was in a thingy-majiggy going through like an hallucination nonsense, and the mannequins moved. Just a real nope, fuck off kind of. Alright, here we go.
One down. This drug they gave us won't last forever. I'll be back.
What was that?
Cool.
Nothing. Troy doesn't really care about you anymore. He's using you.
Cool. Ah, fuck off. Fuck off with that shit. They really want to... Cool, you're running around like a zombie. Alright, and then... Red?
How's it going? You got anything for me?
It's gonna take time, Troy.
Fuck you. Uh-huh.
Just one more. You worked so hard for this. You wanna just throw it all away?
Yellow next. Oh, would you look at that? Yellow's right fucking there, thank Christ. I'm glad I left the simplest for last, thank goodness. Oh hey, I get like a health boost because of that.
You got to that shard?
Almost there. Was I ever this foolish? Helping the people that ruined us? Troy would do the same for me. So would the others. You really don't remember anything, do you? We've moved on. Leave me alone.
Shard number 2. No doubt she gets out of her closet again, and she's gonna feel responsible for her father and parents' death.
Your experience. It seems to be a part of the process.
What is this? Who sent you?
Why do I have the feeling that's gonna be fucking Adler or someone? That's gonna be someone from the CIA who realized that that the two, like, you know, Harrow's parents went rogue or some bullshit. Let's see.
Wait. Wait!
I would only understand this moment years later.
Pantheon is here.
Already?
Multiple perimeter breaches to the north.
Shit. We're finally getting somewhere with Jane. She's cooperating. We can't stop now. Woods, I need you to take this over. Get what she knows. We'll take care of the rest.
Send him my regards.
Sev, seal the ops room. Listen up. We need to buy Woods time. As much as we can. If he can't get answers out of Harold, and all this, everything we've been doing, is for nothing. Don't know about the rest of y'all, but I'm not here to die a forgotten footnote. So lock and load. Give our guests the welcome they deserve. All of you. On me.
Now, return to the mission area. Can't pick up any of those guns, so...
Case, you want to place additional explosives out there past the wall, now's the time. You all in on this, Felix?
Yes, the gloves are off. I noticed.
Case, come on back.
Pantheon approaching.
They pop smoke, get ready.
Blow those charges, Case!
Weapons free. Keep them away from the house. Here.
snipers up on the ridge.
And an RPG!
APC incoming. Fall back. Take cover on the patio. Okay, grab a rocket.
Ow. COD are pretty difficult from when you last played. It's not that they're difficult, it's that if you play for like a certain style or what have you, it's not gonna work out too well. Alright, let's see. Nice! Time. I thought I timed that relatively well, but I did not one single bit. The mirror! Hi there, Kahlua. Welcome to the stream. Did you go through the campaign as well? Have you? And you got that finished?
Okay, grab a rocket launcher.
There we go.
APC down. Wie gefällt dir das?
There'll be more. I hear a helo in the distance.
Wood, she talking?
Think she's coming around.
Oh, I thought we were gonna be able to shoot down the helicopter.
Harrow,
I'm here.
stay with me. We gotta keep going. Situation with your parents.
Different, you mean? You got the health bars and item wheels now. Oh yeah, I like the health bars and item wheels personally for the campaign and zombies. I'm not too sure if it's gonna be something in the multiplayer. I have not yet played that part.
I'm getting there.
Wonder how close I am to the end.
I grew up wanting to join the CIA.
Like your parents.
You grew up wanting vengeance.
I wanted closure.
Come on.
Langley accepted me.
Nice.
The newspapers, the police, my aunt and uncle, they all had the same story. My parents were killed in a simple home invasion. Happens more often than you'd think. But somehow I always knew they had it wrong. Maybe now, years after starting my career, multiple promotions, maybe now I'd have access to the truth.
And what'd you learn?
No one had information about the murders. So over the years, I searched every physical archive I gained clearance to. When eventually I reached the most top-secret repository, their files were missing.
You think the CIA was hiding something from you?
I can take over now. Of course they were hiding something, Woods. They're always hiding something. And you? You're weak and gullible. Nothing like me.
Oh no, we're gonna have to fight internally with ourselves.
Before you know it. I need to get to my office.
What's in your office?
Aren't you clever?
Yeah! Fuck yeah!
get you. You're gonna have to do better than that, bitch. I will figure out what you're hiding from me, what you're planning.
So what about your office?
Oh, hello.
Troy was my anchor in those days. I was lost, fumbling. He had no idea. I didn't know what to do with myself anymore. And then...
Come on.
arrived.
Where? Oh, there we go.
Someone found what I'd been looking for all this time.
Who?
Go ahead. See what's on the disc.
Peyton Finch? Wait, what? Alright, I couldn't read that properly. Alright. 43509. Alright, so 4 is... So... P-A... N... I swear to Christ if it's like panties or something. Pantheon. There we go. From Emerson Black, Operation Red Sweep. Authority granted for operation on the August 12th. I'm gonna guess this is August 12th because, you know, Australia. Oh no, September 8th. Wait, what? No, August 12th, 1960. Window of 11 to 11:10. High degree confidence targets on site. High degree confidence child off site on 9/12. LH and JH considered extremely dangerous. Single operative, shoot to kill, home intrusion cover. Cool.
Pantheon. They had copies of my parents' records, entire histories, details of the operation.
September, not August. Oh yeah, 09, not yeah.
Target's eliminated.
Anything else?
Negative. We're done here.
Alrighty. And as the subtitles like pointed out, it was Adler.
And he takes you under his wing.
Adler? Bullshit. If it's true, that means your parents were double agents. Or worse.
Never!
Daddy, please wake up. Please. I'm scared.
I'm gonna be real. They probably should have had the home invasion as like an introductory thingamadoog. Not from the perspective of Adler, but the perspective of Harrow. So then that way we had our thing of like, oh no, she got into the CIA to avoid the like secret nonsense. And then this, you know, twist would have been better.
They're best.
Manipulation. You can't believe anything they told you. They knew your weak spot.
Spoken like a true believer. You're nothing without the CIA, Woods. Pantheon took me in, showed me their vision for the agency.
What do they fucking want, Harrow?
This is a pivotal moment in history, Woods. The United States is about to become the world's lone superpower. Do you really think an organization as corrupt, as decadent as the CIA should pull the world strings in a new world order? We'll make sure that doesn't happen. After years of studying their strengths and their flaws from the inside, Pantheon is ready to take the reins once our current leadership is gone. Once they've been discredited and shamed, as they deserve.
You're fucking crazy.
We're going to give Americans a reality check. The CIA can't even keep them safe from the likes of Saddam Hussein and his terrible new weapon.
A false flag attack? They won't buy that bullshit.
Oh, they believe whatever narrative confirms what they want to believe. That's the easiest part of it all.
How do you know someone else didn't kill your parents? They could have been the goddamn Pantheon themselves. You were a kid. Can you really trust your own memories?
Targets eliminated.
It was.
How can you be so sure?
Targets eliminated.
I know it was. It wasn't Adler. You are so confused.
Oh joy.
Shit, your heart rate is through.
Justice will be served, Jane.
You still with me?
Oh, cool. I can just do this. Whee! Yeah.
Oh, you're getting weaker. I am the only real person here.
Don't you fucking check out on me, Arrow. Stay with me.
Oh, not the akimbo. Seriously, you're just gonna throw a fucking suicide bomber at me?
Oh, you're getting weaker. I am the only real person here.
Don't you fucking check out on me, Arrow. Stay with me.
Damn you. I beat her.
Nani?
What happened to the protein? I don't fucking know. This is just how I look without the hyper himbo, because it's a what insomnia art.
Where did you send the cradle?
I'm close. The mirror's almost complete. You can't undo what's already happened.
Arrow.
No.
You okay?
Don't you understand? You can't beat me. You're a part of me. We are in this together. Till the end.
Marshall, we're losing her.
That's not an option.
Oh no. I remember doing this and out of habit conserving ammo. Just like, oh, conserve ammo because we got later rounds.
Hold your ground.
Can't see shit through the smoke.
Get those turrets set up.
We need our sentry gun.
Thank you for the claw hammer.
We got this!
Ow. If you're hurt, quickly get a cover. Imagine not liking the Zeebs for the muscle. Some people like me for the personality.
What you mean about these minigun operatives? Quite formidable. I'm impressed. Down.
We did it!
He's off to meet his maker.
Marshal, think they're inside.
Shit! Everyone into the house. Add the sand, beat, spike them on the right. Case on me. Gas, look out! Tango upstairs, balcony. Grenade incoming!
Uh-oh. Gotta get you up. Get you back up. Let's go.
There's no time.
No.
We must blow the bridge now.
Oh, damn, Felix! You better not fucking die because of this.
They'll need more than that.
Oh, they got more than that.
Looks like they've got it, too.
Time's up, Harrow. Where is Pantheon releasing the cradle?
I can't remember.
You've got to.
She's... Oh, I'm losing control.
Fight. Gotta hold on just a little longer.
I wonder how close I am to the end of this campaign, quite frankly.
It's intact. I can see inside.
What's in the mirror?
The White House.
Avalon.
What?
The attacks in Avalon?
No. Avalon's where they'll take me once I'm free again. We planned it all from there.
We need the cradle.
I'm on it.
Your reality's breaking down.
Push back, Harrow.
Can you feel yourself vanishing, Jane? Soon you'll simply hear this like everything. Don't worry, no one will miss you. I'll still be here. My men are so close.
Ah. Leverage force and momentum to overwhelm the enemy. Yeah, I was just running through that. I thought I had the limitless ammo thingamadiggy again, but guess not.
Reality's breaking down.
Push back, Harrow.
Can you feel yourself vanishing, Jane? Soon you'll simply be a
Ah, fine. Fine, I'll do this tactically. I won't just run to the fucking end.
I'm on it.
Your reality's breaking down.
Push back, Harrow.
Can you feel yourself vanishing, Jane? Soon you'll simply be a memory like everything else. Don't worry, no one's gonna miss you. I'll still be here. My men are so close. They'll be the option any
Close, I can feel it. So resilient. Guess I shouldn't be surprised.
We're gonna get you out of here, Harrow.
And how do you plan to do that?
Didn't know zombies are canon? I think they are. To some level, they are, because of all the bioweapon shit we've been dealing with right now.
Hang on, Harrow! We can do this! you! Now help me.
Yay, Frank.
I see it now. The cradle's in Washington, D.C., the Capitol building.
Oh my goodness.
My word to release it.
Jesus Christ. That's 5,000 miles from here.
It's awful. Everyone within blocks of the Capitol will be infected.
Why?
Because Livingston's head will roll for an intelligence failure of this magnitude. Failure to stop an attack on our capital. An attack using a CIA-funded bioweapon, no less. And someone else will take his place.
You.
Me. The Pantheon will finally control the institution that cast them out. I'm fading, Frank. You have to stop this. Stop me.
We may have one last card to play.
Ow. Thanks for flashbanging me.
The cradle's in D.C., the Capitol building. They're gonna release it after grabbing Harrow.
Holy shit.
I let Livingston know. Let's see if that asshole finally listens.
Copy that.
Fuck!
Woods! Woods!
It's go time.
Alright, Woods. Do your best. You're alive in the future. You're gonna survive this.
I want him alive. I'm so sad to see you like this, Woods. You try so hard.
And got so far.
You just don't matter anymore.
Fuck you!
I'll give the order once we're airborne.
Ah! He's supposed to be alive! God damn it!
Don't worry. Your suffering will be over soon.
Woods Dazer! Felix, are you?
I live.
Sheriff, stay with them. Give us some cover fire. Adler case on me.
Go, Case. We'll be fine.
Woods, come in.
Sup, Woods? We gotta get you out of here. Woods, come on. Let me pick you up.
Woods!
Can't let her get away. Go. I've got him.
Case, let's go. Give me a hand. Got her in my sights.
Ah!
Kay! Can't let her get away. It's up to you. Go! Go!
Kill them.
Shouldn't have protected any of you. I pushed Livingston for your suspension. I wanted you out of the way. Damn it!
Yeah, helicopters don't glide. They fall like bricks. It's gonna be a fucking terrible time. If you're in a helicopter that's gonna crash, prepare to like just fall. It's not gonna glide. It's gonna fall.
No. Look what you've done.
You're not gonna open it unless the pressure gets equalized.
The cradle made you this. You owe everything to the Pantheon. Destroyer. The cradle. Again. Finish this.
Nope, I feel like this is a bad idea. Don't do it. Or are they gonna just, like, leave me in here until I fall with style? Nah, Kahlua. Is there an alternative? Can we just leave her to do her thing? Nope, it wants us to do the attack. Never the fuck mind.
We have to get out of this.
Oh boy, we're tripping the fuck out. I'm stuck.
He responded. Livingston's cleared out the capital. Everyone's safe. It's over. We did it, Case. We did it.
I wonder if you can just not hit her in the first place? Maybe. 2 weeks later. Do it once, but not at the time to break it? Maybe. Who knows?
Metals or concrete boots? Neither.
But I can start with an apology.
Damn straight.
I'm not sure how you pulled it off, but it's not lost on me that you prevented one of the greatest catastrophes of our time.
So you want us back?
Something like that. Can we trust one another?
Working on it.
Right now you have something of great value. Anonymity. You're in the shadows.
No shit. We've always been in the shadows.
Not like this. Your reach is greater than it's ever been. We need you, Woods. All of you. I can provide whatever you need. Accommodations, resources, cash, additional manpower. All of it off the books.
Oh boy.
War was over.
Another fucking Pantheon situation.
What was it? Global gunslingers.
Yes. The Cold War may be over, but the world is more dangerous than it's ever been. The nature of our enemy is unclear now.
What do you want us to do about it?
What you've always done. Protect us. Harrow may be gone, but not the Pantheon. I need you back in Avalon.
You think it's still a threat?
I do. And worse. Whatever cabal brought Harrow into the Pantheon still lives inside our house. We thought they were long gone. But it turns out, they never left.
Who? Fucking who? Gonna be real with you, I have not fucking played other, like, campaigns of Black Ops, so I have, like, very little knowledge. I kind of know what happens in Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2, but not properly Black Ops 2. Black Ops 1 I have an understanding, because it's, like, a very simple following one. But, like, I have no fucking clue who that dude is. There's connecting lore between the CODs? Yes, there is. So, timeline-wise, you go from Call of Duty... So you go from World at War, which is technically where the Black Ops story comes from. From World at War, you go to Call of Duty Black Ops 1, Call of Duty Cold War... sorry, Black Ops Cold War, I believe, is the next one. Then you go through Call of Duty Black Ops 2, which is technically some elements in the past and some elements in the future. It's Mason, by the way. Oh... I totally forgot who the fuck Mason looked like and shit. Did not recall that. But yay, we completed them all. So we got like multiple cinematics. And then we have like Dark Ops. Complete whatever Dark Ops challenge, prove yourself worthy of Dark Ops mastery. These will not count towards percentage. They will not earn you bounty points with the higher ups on either side. Sneak through the Black Site Intel Center without being detected in Most Wanted. Yep, I was able to do that. I don't know what these ones are. I love how they give us the fucking numbers again. Because I remember that from Black Ops 1 and a little bit from Black Ops 2 where they're like, the numbers, Mason! What do they mean? Kill 3 with an RDC and Bishop takes Rook. Defend the vault with only pistols. Kill 10 enemies with a Dragon Breath shotgun and single playthrough of ground control. Perform 5 finishing moves on elites. Get a kill with 12 different weapons in checkmate. I actually do like that one. Complete all imaginative killer challenges. Alright, so I gotta do those 3. And then thorough investigation is acquire the Sentinel's retinal scan and 3 different ways in Most Wanted. Answer every phone in emergence. So I was missing one there. Use Sev's keen eye on all 3 desks and under the radar. Complete every available dialogue tree and every visit to the Rook. So I was missing 3 of them. Open every safe in the campaign. I'm missing 5 of them. Alright. What fun. Fun, 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 fun. But the problem is like, how do I go through the dialogues, like, ding, dong. So, Rook arrival, Rook assemble, Rook reunion, reconciliation, recovery, contact, interrogation, and then we got anxiety, anxiety lies, anxiety truth, and then we got checkmate over the Black Sea. Completion rewards. So I got a charm for that one. Alright. Are you sure you want to exit? Application restart is required. Yeah, because I'm gonna be real with you. Like, these, like, some of these are probably, you know, doing off stream and what have you, and I'm better off doing something like, I don't know, oh. Okay, I thought I was gonna go back to, like, Call of Duty, not, oh, here we go, now it's running. So, I thought it was all standalone. No, the Black Ops 4 has no campaign, I think it was, which is a little disappointing, so. But yeah, Big DJ has it right. So it goes World at War, Black Ops 1, Cold War, Black Ops 2, with elements of Black Ops 2 being in the past and then being in the future. So in between Black Ops 2 missions is this one here, Black Ops 6, and then you got Black Ops 3 at the end, I believe. Yes, turn you on, continue. Alright, let's see if it's going to do its thing. Alright. We can now do, so. Oh my god, acknowledge all, yep. Ding, 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 acknowledge. Also, is this game gonna, like, pop up on my screen yet? Come on. Hello? Ding. No, that's not where I wanted to go. Play. I accidentally pressed the start button. Alright. Here we are. You see the arts you did? Yeah! So, let me just hide the capture. There you go. Look there. There's some art from Benru up in the right there. I might, if there's more art going to be given to me, I might need to make it a slideshow or something like that at some point, but I love my corkboard. I love the corkboard usage. Alright. Oh my god, Kahlua. Hang on. Can I invite Kahlua? Not joinable. He's in a game mode that does not support joining. What the fuck do you mean, Kahlua? Get in here! Need to draw the Zeebs again. Wait. Oh, soon. Need to draw the Zeebs soon. I am an idiot. But yeah. Kahlua. 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 Gucci. Kahlua. Gucci. Feline. Why? Kahlua. Zombies. Come on. Zombies. Zombies. It's fun. I promise you it is fun. Just let me invite you. Why are you not joinable? My hands are sore. Alright, invite to party. You have an outgoing friend who says to Walker Gamer. I do not remember that one. Yeah, it's gonna be good. Ding, dong, dong. Actually, I can send a message to Bookie. Hang on a second. Because Bookie might not know. Bookie, zombies. Let's look for zombies? Question mark? Just gonna zombies to Bookie while they're offline. They're probably gonna like try and do lunch or something or other. But I want to do at least one. I want to do at least one zombie. See how far in the rounds we go and what have you. So. All friends. Okay, so they're at the main menu, but for whatever reason. Joinable. Okay. Hey, I see them in the chat. Hang on a second. Let me drag them over. Also, if you weren't aware, I have a Discord, and it's used mostly for memes, and then sometimes there's also like, you know, communique because of like, you know, community streams or you know, just any sort of chats. Hello, Bookie.
Guten Tagen.
Guten Tagen. Oh, you got Trophy Collector. Nice. I'm just waiting on... Le Flop, but have to spoil it because bulge. Le Fop? Who is Le Fop? Get 200 zombie eliminations with pistol, achieve 3 SAM trial mastery targets, get 50 kills while the frenzied guard field upgrade is active. Okay, what in the world is the field? Frenzied guard. Repair armor to full and force all enemies in the air to temporarily target you. Armor takes all damage during this time. Nice. Alright. Ding. Alright, so booze. Invite to party.
F5 to join.
And where is alt tabbing once again? Because I'm either being disruptive or... Oh, there's a not safe for work art page on the Zeebs channel you can post there. Yes, there is also a not safe for work one. I don't talk about it too much on stream because, you know, Australia has a year before they ban, like, you know, 16-year-olds from going onto the internet, like social medias. Their definition of social media is very fucking broad. Two things. Number one, I just assumed the internet was never intended for under 16s. Just full stop. It never should have been to a point where, oh, that sort of age is ambiguous on the internet. It's like, no, you have to be at least 16. Discord asks for it. Facebook was asking for it. YouTube assumes it and all this kind of nonsense. So I don't know why the fuck the rest of the world, like South Korea, China, a lot of Asian countries have done the whole age restriction shit. I don't know why Australia, the US, and all that others have not bothered doing any sort of age restrictions on getting onto the internet. For whatever reason, that's kind of been blank until this age when, you know, rampant bullying and online harassment and shit. So, yeah. Don't know if he's... It's tempting to send... It's tempting to send a direct message. Can I send a direct message to them? So I can't whisper to them right now. So right now they're playing on keyboard and mouse.
Keyboard and mouse.
Alright. Alright, invite successfully sent. There we go. Unless, are they streaming right now as well? Hang on. Absolutely clueless to what everyone is doing. It's why I left VR, because 3/4 of the peeps in furry lobbies were less than half my age. Oh, that's cringe. That's the like. Here's the issue I have with VR chat now as well, is that like it is fucking huge, but trying to find rooms that are appropriate for like me to join into, whether by age or by topic, is absolutely fucking terrible. It's all about like going into the room for the room's sake, which is like, yeah, it's kind of cool, but more often than not, the room I'm going into is filled with fucking degenerates or just like people that I'm like, you sound way too young. I should not be near you. Like, I feel like you're going to be disruptive to me. So it is what it is. Hi there, Sky. Welcome to the stream. All right, I'm gonna go for the Frenzied Guard just so I can get that working. Swap over from my, because I was gonna use the XM4, but I'm gonna head back over to the pistol and work on my M9. Alrighty. Sorry, 9mm PM. Sorry.
Oh.
So yeah.
I thought I was going crazy.
Nah. Alrighty. Alright, that doesn't look like Clue is gonna join us. Standard.
Maybe later.
Play solo. Is that what I want? No, I want to.
No, you wanna turn off the squad fill.
And then
when you're selecting.
And then play in a squad. Yeah. Alright, so I've done like I like Liberty Falls, personally speaking. I've already done all the achievements for.
I like liberal balls.
Yeah, liberal balls.
That's what the community's calling it.
Liberal balls. Terminus might like. I think I need to get practice with Terminus. However, I need to like learn like to not, you know, lose my way and what have you.
To be fair, it is the biggest map in the entirety of the Todd Zombies franchise.
Is it the biggest one? Oh, that explains it.
That's what they claim, yes. And it does feel big, because you're always swimming around and boating around too. Can't even get in the water without being attacked by the Kraken.
Mm-hmm.
The Kraken will steal my soul.
So I remember, because a few nights ago, I was in Spiky Cat's server, and they were like, oh, we're going to do a Terminus, and we're going to try and, I don't know what it was like go to round 50 and then take on the boss or something like that?
Yeah, it was some sort of, quote, Dark Ops challenge. Dark Ops is pretty much like secret calling cards. You just, good luck and figure it out yourself, kind of.
Oh, joy. So,
requirements.
Yeah.
And, you know, knowing this game, it's always spawning in elite zombies, special zombies. And
I cannot deal with, like...
That number increases in multiplayer, so I can't imagine how the fuck anyone would cope with that.
had a terrible time every time I deal with this one, personally speaking. Alright. Because then it, like, gives us a... Just doing zombie eliminations via the pistol because of the achievement thing. Might as well make progress. Because no doubt, like, even after I'm done with streaming or, you know, and then go on lunch and such like that, I'm gonna pick this one up again. Because zombies, I don't know why. Multiplayer, I'm not ready to touch it just yet, but, like, zombies? Yes, I will go for zombies.
It is very competitive right now, multiplayer.
Hmm. I think it's because of the whole...
I'm...
Go on.
Nuketown has always been a competitive map, especially when people take all the time they've got into learning the spawn points. So, literally last night for me, I would just spawn in after dying and just get killed.
Do I want to swap to... Yes.
Apart.
I'm gonna swap to...
I'd rather have a team like you and I, for example, so I don't have to be the only one to suffer.
Actually, no, I should stick to pistol until we get to problems. You're going around opening up all the thingamadiggies, aren't you?
Yep, so we can have access to everything.
I'm a bit of a... Like, I don't know if this is just because... I feel like if I open it up too fast, it's like I get overwhelmed, so I'm kind of like a slow, like, progressor of, like, you know, opening shit up. Oh, hey, I don't have it. I'm 25 points away.
Whatever you think of her, Beck, she's a lot worse.
Oh.
Alright, at least you got green. Oh.
A mono L.
Didn't you get like a Pack-a-Punch 1 or something? Oh, hello. I will definitely take advantage of this.
Not from the mystery box, no. Might have been a random, like, loot box or something in this one.
Oh, sorry. Was that meant to be a kill we lift open, or... You want me to pay half?
Sorry. Sure. How much is it now? 65, yeah, too easy, just need it. Zombie? I need a zombie.
Yarg. Bookie is very quiet on our end. Okay, I'll fix that up shortly, because I think the game audio for me was like fairly loud, so I lowered it on my side, but I might need a... Oop. Alright.
I have the noise suppression on in case I'm too loud.
I never get, like, loud from you, is the thing. It's always, like, you know, softer rather than louder.
I've been told I'm a soft-spoken person.
There we go. And then...
Alright, I'll open up. Enjoying meal.
There we go. Ding dong.
Unit activated. Please stand by.
And then we got the eggnog there. Alrighty. Is the map huge just because of the fact that there's so much water you have to traverse over?
That just adds on top of it, really.
Yeah, okay.
This map is huge because it's got, you know, upstairs, downstairs, whatnot.
Alright. So that's them cleared out. Oh, yep, alright. Making my way. Sorry, reloading.
Downtown, walking down, something, something, I don't know the song.
Alright, so stock option is 4. Oh. Hi.
I just need a rest real quick.
Actually,
Don't mind me.
where's the... Oh, there's a zombie. Hang on. Never mind. I thought it was gonna, you know... Blah, 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 blah. I thought it was gonna just, you know, do a... Just graceful, like, hit into the knees and have him crawling. Alright, locked door. Buy into that.
Oh no, 666.
Oh no!
The devil is coming.
Oh no, Big DJ is having like a hyperfixation about zombies again, possibly. Nope.
Oh, that's good.
Fuck you.
No, my character's got willies apparently.
You're grounded, fucker.
Yes, in that accent, Teddy. I do love me some Englishmen.
There we go. Alright, I can pay for it in total if you want. How are you with points?
I can start the power-up system if you buy the store.
Yep. Alright. So, because that puts me down, like, under...
Please stand by.
Fuck it. Stock option?
Oh, what's up?
Alright. Found some max ammo. How's your...
Thank you, I actually need that.
Nice. Whee!
Shit. Protocol dictates the hard drive gets moved during a red alert.
5,000. Darn it.
Maya's gonna freak out when she hears.
Boy, $1,000 on our back, laddie.
We have boots on the ground who can search for the hard drive.
I want to get the DR11 beam.
File.
Oh, I think that's it.
Technical officer Anya Tanovsky.
It does not hurt to get headshots, Grant. I even count towards your camo progress.
Yep, no, I'm just...
Headshot. Bloody well done.
Mm-hmm.
Is chat saying anything about my audio levels?
Oh, yeah, let me adjust that. Hang on. You're just gonna need to, like, trail a zombie. Just give me a sec. Alright.
Alright, I've got 2 on me, just kill yours. Double points.
Alright, here we go. Ding, dong. Back over to my chat. Right-click you, and then up your volume from... I don't know why I put you to 81. Let's put you up to 150. Say a few things?
A few things.
Okay, maybe that's a bit too high, because you bottom out, so let's do 135. There we go. Hi there, Jago Master. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alrighties.
Yippee. Yippee.
Alright, should be better. Should be better.
Yippee.
Alright. Made the volume, like, really low. Alright, we're good. So, yeah. Oh, I need the points. Hang on. And one more. There we go. I can now pack-a-punch this guy.
Is this safe for stream, Grant? Hey, baby, what's your name? Whoa.
Just where? Alright. Alright, so... So, there's the pack-a-punch
What's
there.
This epic dolphin dive?
Ooh, the docks.
Oh, you didn't look.
Alright, where do we go to get to the docks?
The docks? Hang on. You see my ping? I'm gonna go towards it because I've got a tactical raft.
Yep, alright. Alrighty, I will also... How many do I have? 850. Let me get the brain rot, because that's always a good one.
Oh my god, I am a brain out.
Got him. Oh, hey.
Where do we go into the sand trial?
It's at the docks, so... I think that's over...
Alright, I'll go. Yep, there it is.
Oh, it shows you where the sand trial is from there. Nice.
Yeah, great heavens.
Alrighty, okay. Because then that way we have, like, you know, better loot and what have you, so... Plus, when it's...
Oh
two of
yeah,
us-
it's always worth going.
Oh,
to the
fuck's
sand
sake! I'm an idiot.
trial. Yeah, I prefer my boat, like, alive.
I pressed E instead of F, because, like...
E for explode!
What's the thingy?
Oh,
Tactical.
back in the raft.
Back in the raft? Okay.
Just go in the passenger seat and just kill. Oh, crap. My gun needs an upgrade, because it's literally enough gun. Anyway, that's done.
Yep. That was quick. Alright, let's see.
Oh, shit! I got a pack-a-punch crystal.
Oh, nice work! Free pack.
Whee!
And then
Well,
I
I'm gonna show
gotta...
you a real cool trick you can do.
Alright.
So just follow me back to the Juggernog.
Yep.
I don't know if your chat knows zombies as well as I do, but it involves basketball.
Is this an Easter egg run or just for fun? No, this is just for fun, because I'm not familiar with this map, so it's a case of like getting comfortable with like where things are. And, you know, improving my aim when I can. So, yeah.
Alright, almost here. So what I do is... Actually, let's just clear out these zombies first. Oh, perfect. Alright, so what I do with a pack-a-punch gun, mind you, on top of these boxes, when you jump, you can see that little corner where I pinged, and then you should just barely make out the shape of a basketball. So what you want to do with your pack-a-punch gun is try and shoot it. You'll know because you'll get a hit marker.
I barely see it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit finicky, but you'll get there eventually.
Yeah, let's not waste ammo when there's another SAM trial we can do.
SAM trial!
Communications.
Oh, no, yeah. Alright. LDBR. Oh, shit. Okay.
What's the LDBR?
A mortar strike.
Oh, I got one of those. Hang on a sec. Let's gather them around. We need...
Yep, so what we'll do, you call it in, and I'll train in the area you called it in.
Yep.
So they can
Alrighty then.
me.
I'm gonna try and aim for here, if I can.
Okay, perfect.
3? Oh, there we go. Oh, I put myself there. Fuck, I thought it was a... I'm an idiot. Fuck. I am so sorry. I thought it was a cluster bomb thing, not a, you know... There we go.
Oh, fuck. There we go.
Excellent work. Please flood your brains with dopamine and serotonin.
Alright, what did I get? Oh, quick revive.
Hang on a second. I need to have a look. I have none of that stuff. Oh, and I think I tried activating the thingamajiggy and I didn't. Like, Mangler Cannon and some resources. Oh, and here's a Hellstorm.
Oh, nice.
Because I think that's what I had last time and I...
Oh, I got it. Nice. Alright, I got the basketball now.
XM4. Yep.
So if you come...
Hang on a second. Shit. Mangler cannon there, by the by. Do we need the Mangler cannon for anything on here?
Not on this map.
Okay, then.
Alright, come here quickly, because I don't know how long this will stay out here for.
Alright. Yep.
So, I got the basketball win. Look at all that cash.
Oh my god. Money. Oh, hello. Hang on. Let's activate this.
Oh, frenzied guard.
Oh, Hellstorm. What am I thinking? Here we go.
What are you thinking?
Here we go.
Ah!
What are you doing? Why did you move him away from me? I thought they were on top of me, and then you just...
No, they scatter.
Oh, because I disappear off the map, so they go for the next best thing, which is you.
Yeah.
I forget this.
And that's what you're aiming for.
Alrighty. I got 12,000 right now. Let's see what the bubblegum gives me. Arsenal Accelerator.
Bubblegum machine.
I forgot what Arsenal Accelerator does, unfortunately.
Your frenzied guard will charge quicker.
Ah, okay. Oh, living quarters. We got another one.
What else?
I am...
Echo, yeah.
Man, that is... I remember doing this solo and barely getting this many. Vermin Exterminator. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck it. Blast trap.
Yay.
Ow. Fuck.
Medium trial reward unlocked.
44. 47. There we go. You're live. Thank goodness. I'm glad that I haven't, like, lost any perks from the simple fact that I've, you know, not picked up any perks.
I'm not gonna believe this. I got a level 2 Pack-a-Punch crystal.
Oh, but you don't have an alternative weapon that can do it? Oop.
No. The first one was level 1.
And then you got a level 2. Why do you get the lucky pulls?
Yeah.
Gosh darn.
I don't know.
Alright. Gonna slot that in. I'm so close to getting the 15,000 so I can pack a punch again. But I kinda wanna go for another there we go.
I've led much bigger idiots than you into battle.
There we go. Alright. Oh, Mangler.
Here's your chance to forever.
Oh, green key. Nice.
Another science project bites the dust. Culling is why I wake up in the morning.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
And then... There we go. Alright, I can Pack-a-Punch my shotgun again, so that should be good. That way I'll get to Pack-a-Punch 2. Wait, are you coming back up or are you going down?
I'm currently in the mines, so technically I'm already down.
Okay, because it looks like the thingamajiggy is making its way up. Sam is in the C tower. Okay, I think I know where that is. Let me just pack a punch this guy. There we go. Pack a punch 3 is like the maximum, isn't it?
Yes.
Alrighty. Alright, I'm gonna... Oh, where'd you go? Oh, you went to do the flopper. Kill while performing a flop with the... Do I need to do it in the same area as you, or...?
No, it could be anywhere.
Okay. Alright, so we need 45.
Get on top of these stairs. Whee! Oh, your fat ass got in the way.
And for whatever reason, I am now down. Nice. Thank you for the revive. I should probably get a quick revive when I have the...
Oh my god, the speed boost.
Oh, did you, like, perk it? Did you upgrade the perk? Or augment it?
Must be an augment I have, yeah.
There we go. Almost there. Nice. There we go.
Oh, it's back at the sea tower.
There we go. Oh, actually, while I'm here, bam. Self-revive, just so I'm not, you know, giving you pain.
Oh, a purple ether tool. Nice.
Current Pack-a-Punch level is the same. Refined Ethereum. Alright, I'm gonna put it on you then. Oh, this Pack-a-Punch 2, this guy. Fuck yeah. This is gonna be good against the boss, if we get that far. Probably not. But, you know, one can hope.
This is a fun run.
Yeah, so far. Like, I'm not, you know, explicitly overwhelmed right now.
I really want speed hole. What's that? LEBR. Nice.
Nice. I'm just gonna use that again, just so people get attracted to me. All for the,
You'll find. Oh.
Yep. Did I? Oh, wait, no. Did you unlock it? Yeah, you did. Alright. Let's go for the elemental attacker.
After that shot.
Alright, I'm gonna get the quick revive, because I have to, like, you know, get that leveled up and what have you. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
Alright, reload this giant thing.
Speaking of level ups, I just leveled up.
Alright. Oh, and also go into the armory, so that's gonna be a thing to do afterwards.
Crab Island? Oh my gosh.
I am not familiar with that location. Alright.
It is on my ping.
Alright. Grab you. There we go. And then...
Oh, that's a amalgam. I am ready to die.
let me in, let me in, let me in! There we go. And then, let's see, what can you give me? Oh my god, there's an elemental pop cannon here. C4 and a sig something or rather. So, you got...
Amalgam is eliminated.
Alright, I am making my way back down to... Actually,
downtown, walking fast.
Faces... That's him, I'm homebound. Da-da-da-dun-da-da. Dun dun dun. I don't have the resources for the... Okay, so you're down below. Alright, I know where I need to do. Actually, no, I don't know what I need to do, because the path is... Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, I should have killed some of the things there. I didn't realize you did an insta-kill. Alright, so we need a boat. There we go. Alrighty. Yep.
Calling the boat.
There we go. Oh, there was a nuke there that I left. Alright, let me just reload everything. So yeah, so I got 2 Pack-a-Punch level 2s.
Hell yeah.
One's a shotgun, the other is an assault rifle with like an extended thingy, so... Honestly, I love these SAM trials. I'm glad that we're getting as far as we are.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and then F, not E. Oh, and we can get the... Oh wait, I need 10,000 for the level 3. Alright.
Oh, Shadow Rift mod.
Death from above. Oh, okay. This is not going to be easy with a...
Is there even any elevation?
Yeah, technically there is. Alright, hang on. Let me just activate this thingy. Alrighty, and then...
Oh yeah. I just jumped on a sand dune.
Yep. There we go. So you're at the top of the sand thingy?
How about I go down on the beach here and you just kill from where you are right now?
Ow, you mother... I can self-revive, so I'll do that. Swap over to shotgun. There we go. That should get all of them. Most of them. Nice.
Oh, another purple ether tool.
Dead wire ammo, thank you. I'll put that onto this other weapon. Alright, can I do not have the money for the extra what's-a-mahoozy, which is unfortunate. Is there anything worthwhile on this island, or is it all... Okay, I'm gonna need a...
Well, I'm playing whack-a-mole. I'm just hitting crabs on the head right now.
Uh-huh.
All for a free perk.
There we go. Kind of getting the hang of this island just a little bit. Or this map, sorry, not this island. This island, it's very fucking small. There we go. Thank you for the max ammo. What was that?
Don't worry about it.
Alright, we're going back on the boat? Alright.
Oh.
Oh hey, there's another SAM trial over in the docks, again.
No way.
Alright, let's see, what does it give us? Hold the location.
No problem, I will just call in my chopper.
Oh wait, I can do this thing, so then that way they run towards me. Are they good in this area?
Yep. Oh, that was fun.
It was, wasn't it? Alright. Nice. And I got myself a self-revive. And then there's a brain rot ammo. I'm gonna swap the live to the brain rot. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna go for that headshot daiquiri thing to improve the crits.
Oh, I have the monster on me. This is no bueno.
The amalgam? Alright, hang on. Bam. Got the... Alright, where are you? Oh, I see. I see the thingy-majiggy. You wanna ping the problem?
Oh,
Alright. I'm running. Alright, grenade thingy-majiggy there. If you wanna...
Okay, I'm alright now.
I just activated that thing when you were, like, surrounded by them.
Oh. Oh, this is no good.
Where are you? Where are you? Okay, I see it. I think I see you.
Shit. There we go.
Are you still down? Yeah, you're still down. Hang on. Almost there. Almost there. Ah, you motherfucker. Alright, self-revive, because I can. Come on. There we go.
Thank you.
There we go. Can I pack-a-punch this thing? Not yet. I still need another 10,000, and it's moving me up a floor. I am gonna say fuck that and stick with you. Alrighty. Ding. Upgrade you. And...
I don't think you've seen this little elevator Easter egg, have you?
Not the Easter egg, no, and we can't... Would be...
Well, it's not like main Easter egg, just like a little fun one.
Yep, alright. Send
the 1G_DJ demands you
Start
drink.
from the top first. And like, the moment the doors close, when I buy it to go down, we're supposed to jump, and jump, and jump, alright?
Alright.
Got that? Alright.
On the SAM trial, however. Because that thing has a cooldown, remember?
Alright. Shit. Bit crowded, bit crowded.
There's a mangler here as well. You're gonna want to get out of there. Shit. Bookie! No! Bookie!
Okay, that was just a bit.
Where did you go?
Anywhere but here.
Okay.
Literally.
And then...
Don't worry, I know where I'm going.
Alright, cool.
I got teleported back to the docks.
Oh, that's a ways.
Yeah. Can you make your way towards me so at least there's, you know, less distance to cover? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my
probably,
god. Oh my god.
Probably not.
Oh.
And that's my weapons gone. That's a shame. I had some good ones.
Like pack a punch. What are you doing now?
I'm gonna have like
I didn't
nothing.
think they would hang around. Alright, what's the plan here?
I don't know my weapons.
I'm sorry.
They're gone. Just gonna fucking gamble. Alright, I'm watching you spectating. What's the... Oh. That's not good.
Oh, blue.
Damn, you got a lot of perks. I feel like perks with augments is like a bit of a helpful game changer, honestly. You just need to like...
No, that was a mutant injector, but it was hidden behind the loot.
Yeah, I saw that. That's a shame. Oh! The fuck?
Oh, wow.
That would... Okay, that would have been helpful for me. I didn't know there was like chests I could go down to.
Yeah, they're... Once you see them, it's hard to miss. Let me oh, fuck.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. We're okay. That's something.
What in the world is that? The little... Alrighty, so I got my pistol. I've got 21,000 things. Alright, I need to know where the gamble box is and see if it can give me something. Oh!
The gamble box.
Yep. Grab the loot thing. Oh, mutant injector, by the by, if you wanted it.
I think you should hang on to that.
I'm already holding on to the helicopter thingy-majiggies.
If you say so.
Yep, get me out of here. Get me... Get in there. Alright, I do not see a box. Ugh. So yeah, because I'm already holding on to, like, the attack helicopter thing, so...
Yeah. Oh, I see the same trial. Let's start here.
I kind of want to get out of here. Death from below.
Layer. Right, see them.
Wasn't exactly ready for that one. Alright. Use it on that.
Well, I know where the mystery box is.
Thank you. Oh, hey, a shovel. Would using the flopper count as like a death from below? Because you have to like jump up. Yeah, you have to like leap.
I just tried it. It didn't work for me.
How did you get up? Oh wait, no, it's not. It's not that hard to get up there.
Fortunately for you, I am a patient man.
Come on. There we go. Thank you. Something with... Are you still up there?
I'm at Juggernaut, where the second power thing is.
Yep, alrighty. I am going... If it will let me, I was going to activate the helicopter at one point. Let me... Yep, let's activate you. Let's put you up a level. Ah, you bastard! Why was I not paying attention? How did I get insta-revived?
Me. My healing aura ultimate.
Ah, okay. Alright, activating helicopter.
It's raining bullets.
Nice.
Fabiola, it's raining bullets.
Alright, I need to pick up my... So I think I have a loot key. And that's the end of that, so might as well get out of that. Pick up my thingy-majiggy. I'm sorry I didn't help you with that one. Hey, a quick revive can. Nice.
And dig it. Oh, I got one too. How generous.
Alright.
I wanna hit the mystery box. Doo-da, doo-da. I wanna hit the mystery box and get Mr. Peaks.
Oh. Sorry, picked up.
Oh, legendary gun.
Lucky you, because I got a... It didn't pack-a-punch it? Does the mystery box give you pack-a-punch weapons, or is that a nah?
No. But you can get score streaks.
And then there's obviously the fact you can get a wonder weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah, the wonder weapon. I completely forgot about that.
Alrighty.
Don't tease me, Fox. Just cough it up. This always feels like
Didn't give me anything. Annoying. Also, this pack-a-punch is not strong enough, so I'm gonna need to get another one at some point, but I don't have the resources for it just yet.
Just so you know, I will not be slowing down.
Damn it, the thingamadiggy that was in here before isn't. Oh, hell thingamadiggy and a Sigma 2B.
Want the Sigma?
Alright, do you want the mutant thingy-madiggy? Because otherwise this place is going to disappear in like 30 seconds.
I will. Just give me a minute while I get us a free perk. Well, not instantly, but eventually.
I need to get out of here shortly. Sorry.
Alright. I really need a bathroom break.
Oh, you're so far away. Nope. Okay, I'm leaving this room. Well, we could extract at 25, honestly.
Okay. See if your friend is available now. Not now, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, maybe in like the evening or something like that, because I want to do I want to like, you know, still do chores and what have you, and then just sort of relax, get my shake. There's a few things I need to do.
I woke up at 5 and like cleaned the kitchen at like 7. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? At least the house is clean.
Well, at least it's a clean house. Oh, hi there, Solo! Welcome! Welcome, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I got done with the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 campaign. So now I'm playing with my good friend Bookie on the Terminus map for COD Black Ops 6 Zombies. This is Bookie in the bottom corner. Say hi.
Hey.
Appreciate it. Max ammo. Also, what is the fucking point of this guy? Like, have we met with an amalgam yet? Oh, Sam trial. Oh, there's an amalgam right there.
Give me a big hug.
Okay, he's not that effective. I'm gonna Hellstorm. Stay alive. Alrighty.
I'll try to alive. Oh gosh.
Yep. Bam. Obliterate. Oh, Jesus. Get 100 kills with Hellstorm and zombies. Cool. Noted. Let me try and not die as I activate this thing. I am running for my life.
Alright, the amalgam is down. We just have manglers and 10 million zombies to take care of.
Yep. I see him. I see him.
Your world is ours.
Yep, come on. This is not cool. I do not yet have the resources to do a...
That's a nuke, that's a nuke.
Oh, wait, hey, hang on. I can pack-a-punch this! Oh, I can shoot twice! Oh, Bookie, no! I need to save you!
Yo, I'm a bit dead in it.
There we go.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, a Hellstone missile.
Alright, let's see what the Sam trial is. Don't take damage? Are you fucking serious?
Oh, self-revive kit. Nice.
Alright, let's just keep... Let's just keep these guys alive. Reload this. Just run around. Oh, hey, loot key.
Is it blue?
I picked up the blue one.
Easy, mom. Yay.
I'm glad that it's not giving us new zombies to deal with. Because I got just 2 that are like, you know, crawling at best.
Holy moly.
Yep. Alright, and then, yep, so you've got, so I got Semtex.
I got 2 phones.
Upgrading trial reward. Keep it up.
Come on.
2 more perks. Why is my button not working?
Wait, what are you trying to do? Perks? What?
Buying them.
Ah, okay.
Where is the rewards?
Oh, a stamina can. If you...
Oh, nice. I actually need that.
Yep, it's right there.
I was about to buy it. I was about to buy it too.
There you go.
Thanks.
What's in your box? You got anything that isn't stamina or a quick revive?
Self-revive kit, purple tool.
Ooh, current is better. There we go. I got a purple rocket. Alright, hang on.
Oh, mystery box.
Ah, you motherfucker. There we go. There we go. Oh, I'm getting some sort of... Get 400 kills while aiming down sights. Okay, cool.
Somebody pay me not to kill him.
You're just sitting in front of a door. Oh, no, you're not sitting in front of a door.
I love the doors. Okay.
Oh! Semtex, just Semtex up the wazoo.
So suddenly you're better than me? You know that only 3% of the population is gifted, right? Spoiler, you're not one of them.
Don't worry, Hellstone missile incoming.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Neat.
Ow! Fuck you. I guess exploding right in front of them was not the plan. Was not a good move. Also, where is the... Oh, so that's where the... Heading to the fire sale. Yum.
Oh, I just got gold camo.
Nice work!
Woohoo!
Oh, fuck, this fire sale went away.
Where is...
Welcome to the team, shit.
Oh, scheiße.
Oh, scheiße.
Scheiße.
Stun is out, but doesn't do anything! Fuck you.
When? I mean, what?
God damn, this pistol's useless. Nice.
Do me a favor and crawl underneath the tentacles.
Yep, I'm making my way.
Downtown.
Thank
Wait for
you.
to get out of the danger zone.
Danger zone. Alright, I can't pack a punch yet. Alright, let's see what the gumball gives me. And then I'll need to find where the... Anywhere but here. Cool. I appreciate... Oh, hello, another audio log.
Oh, purple loot key.
Ooh, nice.
Target located. Alright, so we...
Oh, I need to open my loot as well, because I went and got a blue key, I believe.
I will come with you.
Oh,
oh living quarters.
oh purple.
Living quarters? That's right here.
Let me pick up that purple one instead.
You need ammo. You need ammo, Grant.
What?
You need a max ammo.
Alright, opening up the armory. Can you get into the armory while I'm in the armory?
Uh-huh.
Alright, let's see. Oh, Hellstorm! Nice! Alright.
Oh, chopper gunner and a legendary sigma.
This one's purple, but it's at least got the Pack-a-Punch. The Pack-a-Punch costs more than getting it to
You
legendary.
know, we're late game, so 5,000 points isn't... Oh,
Alrighty.
What were we doing?
We were gonna head over to the
yeah,
next SAM trial in the living quarters. Alright. You wanna do some trailing? I got a Hellstorm I could use.
Yeah, go.
Alright. Use the egg for the eggnog. Alright. Hellstorm coming in.
Rog. Hello! I see you! Fucking blows up.
Nice. Oh, hello. I don't know how effective this rocket is, but it's doing something. Oh.
That thing can melt the boss fight in like 10 seconds, I kid you not.
Alright.
Under the right circumstances. It's Sam, it's time to do a trial.
What's...
Crouch kill. Too easy.
Crouch kills?
Yep, just crouch and kill.
That's gonna be a little bit tricky. So yeah, because my thing is not packing quite a punch, and I'm gonna need more.
I just saw a legendary loot key. There's bound to be some good rewards.
I'll pick up this green one I dropped. Oh, no, no, don't you dare hit me like that. Thank you. Alright, pack a punch. This one.
There we go.
Nice. There we go. And then... Oh, thank goodness for the insta-kill.
Yeah.
Good grab. Oh, so much salvage.
Alright, I am going to hit that box.
Alright, I got a helicopter. Ooh, elemental pulp. Nice. And there's a sentry thingy-majiggy there.
Yum yum.
How long do they last for?
Geez, I'm not so sure. Like, couple minutes at least.
Alrighty. Okay, I'm gonna grab the sentry turret, and I'm gonna drop it... Okay, I see where you are. Alright. Ding dong. I'm gonna put it up right over here. There we go. Alright, and then I'm gonna grab the helicopter again, and then I'm gonna open up my armory door, because I think I should be able to open it at this point. Alright, there we go. There's all sorts of ammo. Oh, the temptation to pack-a-punch this thing, but I can't. I don't have the resources. And can I pack-a-punch this? Nope, that requires 30,000. Alrighty. To the armory.
The armory.
Armory access is on cooldown. Alright, where is the timer for it then? Alright, I am gonna head... Let's see. Where is... Alright, you. Grab a self-revive. I've got the helicopter right now. And... Barracks before exploding. So we got C4, we got thermos. We went to 2.
What level's the pack-a-punch at?
So mine's a 2. This thing is a 1. Alright, I'm gonna go into the thing. See what it gives me.
I'm gonna try using this Goblin Mark II.
SWAT 556.
Mark 12.
Nice. Also, hi, Wolfward. Welcome, Crazy Bree. Question. Do we want to extract?
Yes.
Alright, sounds good. I just need it. Ah, you bastard. God damn it, there's a mangler up there. Thank you for the boops, Jason. You dead?
No, I am banging some tunes in this chopper gun.
Ah, okay. Alright, let me...
We were about to die.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm back. My god, the salvage.
Alright, you want to do the exfil thingy-majiggy while I... Oh, actually, let me activate my chopper gunner. Hang on. Bring him down here. And then activate it. Alright, here we go. I wish I could save this for when we get to the actual exfil point, but...
The exfil got away.
Ah, shit. That's a problem.
It took too long. Shit.
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
Oh, did we get double...
Situation.
Oh, no, it's max ammo. Okay, I thought it was double points, but okay.
Alright, in the meantime, I'm going to grab a wonder weapon. Just need to do the steps towards it.
Oh, how...
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Alrighty. Do I have the points for it? Nope, 15,000. Once again, 15,000. Learn to count.
Callus is gonna go on round 26 in multiplayer.
It appears to be in a plasma state. It may require several phase changes to solidify. Remarkable. One of them appears to have dropped a plasma packet.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Munition just wolfed that down.
And then, alright, get the self revive again while I'm at it. There we go. Communications. Oh, nice. Alright, let's see what this one's about. Stand still. Oh, joy.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck. Round 27, stand still. Oh, that sounds like an amalgam. That's wonderful.
Gases can be volatile.
You know, I'm not standing still with an amalgam. I'm calling in a bloody chopper.
Yep. Do you want me to stand still?
Oh, I'm actually far away because I'm on the island right now.
Oh.
Alright, that's one amalgam melted.
Oh, we got to it.
I think my chopper gun that kills counted towards that.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, keep that in mind if you can.
Noted. Oh. There we go. Brain rotted. Mangler cannon, self-revive kit. Alright. Two, three. There we go.
Have no fear. Bookie is here.
You got rid of the amalgam, I'm guessing? Or you're dealing with...
I think I got rid of two. Oh, sentry turret.
That would be helpful right now.
Hell yeah.
I'm stuck. God damn you.
I am trying my best, but there is so much I can do.
I see
it's
that.
Like a small.
God damn, this burst is not as effective anymore. Thank you for the Molotov. Oh, god damn you. I do not yet have the points for this thing. Huh? And then, what is this one? Self-revive kit if you want one.
Oh, yo!
What app? Oh, yep, please.
Go, quick.
F, there we go.
I can punch that bad boy. Alright, what was I doing? I forgot. Oh, self-revive kit. Yes, I will take that. Thank you very much.
Yep. Oh, loot key, thank you. Alright, I'm gonna head down to get to the Pack-a-Punch thing. There isn't like a chest somewhere, is there? Down here? No, it doesn't look like there is.
What, like the one I found?
Yeah. I didn't...
You'll have to search around the water near the islands and whatnot.
Yep, alright. Go.
Oh my gosh, I need Mortine spray at this rate, holy schmoly. Okay, Mortine.
There we go. Alrighty. Oop. More smart, more safe, more teen.
Even flaw. Okay.
Alrighty. Whew. I'm trying to use as like much of the ammo as I can before I Pack-a-Punch it, because that gets me up to full ammo.
Yeah.
So. Thank you, Ketrenator, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome.
Yippee.
Where in the world? Where are you going?
To SpongeBob's house. Just need to catch a boat there.
Ah, okay.
But seriously, I'm trying to do the steps for the wonder weapon of this map.
Ah, okay. So then that way you get a wonder weapon yourself.
Well, I was hoping I could give it to you so you have a better chance of survival.
If it was one that like does like infinite ammo nonsense, then probably. Because I will be real with you, I love the Alright, I'm gonna get a... I'm gonna go for the Hellstorm. So, that way I can just... And I've already got full what's-a-mahoozy, so that's fine. Nothing... Oh, hello! Sam Trial in the Biolab where I am. Let's see what's about.
Nice.
Weapon is incompatible with that ID. Okay, cool. Noted, 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 noted. Sam Trial.
Equipment. If you stay near that machine, it'll occasionally drop equipment that you can use. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Coming, my sweetums! Oh, never mind. Double points.
Alright, hopefully you got zombies near you.
I do not. I'm in the water. Please help me. Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me.
That's annoying. Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna head to a bench and pick up a different support. God damn you.
That was not very supportive. I need to hurry.
Where are you?
I am under the water. I'm coming!
Because I'm above ground right now.
As fast as I can! Alright, there's the...
I don't want... Unless you have your super ready.
No, otherwise I would have used it like 10 seconds. Oh my god, I didn't realize where you were until now.
Oh, where...
There's a cooldown? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh
ah! Sorry. That was pain.
You know what I could do? I could finish what I was doing. That way when you spawn in, you have a fucking wonder weapon at your disposal.
We're at round 29. Just hit the... like, the exfil thingamadiggy once it acts.
Well,
oh, I'm so sorry. I should have just activated the Hellstorm there, so I was like... I should have activated the Hellstorm there, and then hopefully got, like... And then run to get the sentry turret, which would have helped. Ugh. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Sam trial failed. Oh my goodness, we didn't even get like.
Out the way! Beep beep! Bitch!
That would have been like such a good one to get done as well, because it's like, you know, with the at the round that we're at, like the spawns would definitely support it. So.
Oh, there's a chest right there.
Oh, cool. I can't get to that from where I am. What are you aiming up there for?
There was an insta-kill. Bro.
Oh, you got all the perks at this point. You do really well at not falling over and dying. I suffer at trying to like do the good hits, and I feel like I run out of space when I do my sprints.
Something dropped. I don't know what it is. I hope it's not a key. It's not a key!
LDBR.
Oh shit.
Are you gonna? Oh yeah, there's no friendly fire in this thing, so.
Oh. Oh.
If I'm on this island with you, this is gonna make exfil very difficult.
What?
Shellfish. Yeah, let's get some clams after this. My treat.
Had me sweating for a second there.
What is the thing that's doing like the purple like trail as you sprint and such?
That's PhD flop off. Part of an augment where you slide, you get a speed boost.
Ah.
Anything in the way gets damaged or killed.
Radio. So how many rounds is usually supposed to be zombies? It's like, because I feel like 25 is when it starts just getting, you know, mighty difficult and you have to sort of be broken.
Well, I had recently Treyarch raised the round cap to 999.
What?
Most COD games, like, if you reach round 100, around 256, I think, that's when it stops leveling up because it just doesn't know what to do at that point.
Oh my god. So what are you trying to do on this island?
Well, I was trying to do some sort of... so there's supposed to be a purple, like, orb.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I was supposed to kill zombies that glowed and pick up their orbs and put it back in the big orb.
Ah.
But since I swam a bit too far, the game was like, oh, no, you're not doing shit. Go reset and do it again.
Okay, not fun.
No. Have you seen this island and the monsters?
Oh my goodness. Ah! Sorry.
That'll burn the skin off your bones. Chucking incendiary. Easy enough.
I see.
Not like you're close to a chest or anything like that. Oh wait, you are. Oh, there's a gold.
That is Bukova.
Okay, I thought because it looked like a pistol, I thought it was like a... I thought because it looked like a pistol, it was a ray gun again, which would have been the craziest luck.
Hey, what the fuck?
It disappears after the file sale. I don't think it's a permanent fixture.
Grr. No, because I hit the box and it was, you know, bringing up all the guns and that, and just fucking leaves.
Oh. Thank you for the hyper himbo meeps. I greatly appreciate it. Actually, while Bookie is trying to deal with this, I'm gonna get my shake ready. Thank you for the ease, meeps. Just giving it a good shake. Oh, okay, cool. Shing Bing, thank you for at least that. Oh, and then there's a pistol over there doing... Or this thing. Do you wanna... What are you trying to do? Oh, hello, there's a survivor thing.
That's what I was trying to do before.
Ah, so then that way...
Dr. Modi lost her mind. It's only fair you should too.
Oh, that's the insta-kills out of the way. Ah, fuck you.
Okay.
Dink, there we go. Semtex. Oh. Oh, nice.
Alright, where's the boat? Quickly, let's get you that gun.
Yeah.
All aboard.
Wait, where's your... Oh, there's your boat. In.
Hell yeah.
That artificial
Finally.
intelligence Tanofsky's files mentioned might be our ticket off this island. I don't know how fucking weird. But I'll lay off the old
God, I love Insolm's work on this Zeebs. I like his hyper himbo more. The temptation of being like, hey, can you make it even more himbo-y than this one is more of a incentive than, hey, something in between the D-himbo and the other. So. Alright. A little thingamajiggy there. Ow. Alrighty. Running up. I swear I saw a... Oh.
Watch the trap.
Fuck are you? Reload you real quick. Alright, I see where the mystery box is. Making a run for it. There we go. Oh, I think an amalgam is chasing me or something, so...
Yeah, I heard it. They have enough to pack a punch a third time. It's taken me long enough. Alright.
Come on, no, amalgam, fuck you. Fuck you,
I'm
amalgams.
my sweetie.
Okay, shotgun is not perfect, but it's at least it's blue.
Stock option, that is pretty useful for this shotgun.
Damn it, that was a waste of a gumball round.
Coming, I'm coming.
Just running around like an idiot.
Oh, I have an amalgam on me.
Yeah, there was like 2 that were on me. This is the unfortunate side of, you know, getting back into this so late.
Guess what? There is 2 on me right now.
Yep, I saw. Alright, hang on. Gonna try and... I have the monies for a support item. Let me try and go for that. Support item. Support. Ah, fuck! I was trying to look for the helicopter one, and I couldn't find it in time.
Can you describe where you are?
I'm in this, like, mess thingy-majiggy. And there's an amalgam running. You see me? Just south of the juggernaut, I think. So, yeah, you're gonna have a very fun...
Can you crawl towards me, please?
This isn't gonna be a fun round, is it? The chopper gunner? Yeah, I was trying to get...
Wow, that was fucking free!
Ah! Dink. Hellstorm coming down.
Oh god, oh god.
Alright, where are you? Ah, no! Fuck's sake. Alright, hang on, let's try that again.
That's when I'm amalgam dead.
Fuck's sake.
Don't grab me!
Are you at the tower, or are you... No, I see where you are. Okay. Making my way over to you.
I didn't grab the zombie, idiot.
Heading to the juggernaut. Oh, wait, no, you're at... Okay, nope, never mind. You're going through the tower direction. Okay. There you are. Thank you. Good news, bad news, I died again. Good news, I dropped my sentry turret, so it's at least doing something.
Yeah.
But it's not...
Yeah, make your way towards me.
The insta-kill is gonna be helpful with the sentry gun. Excessive force, thank you.
Alright, let's get you that fucking wonder weapon.
Alright.
There's like a 50-50 chance this will kill us all, right?
Ding. Chop. Oh, I need to be level 45. Alright. I'm gonna get the sentry turret, and I'm gonna exfil.
Okay, well, so just you grab this.
On my way, on my way. Calling. Picking it up. I'm heading over to pick it up. It's in the lab, isn't it?
Yeah.
On my way. 2. There we go. Alright. Ding dong. Oh.
Shit, that's way out in the water. Okay.
I got a sentry.
What the fuck? I just had a death barrier.
Oh shit, I activated the wrong... Okay, so we're... Well, I'm not gonna get a pack-a-punch, so... Gonna get to a boat. Oh, I see where you are. Alright. I'm on. Alright, so what is the mechanics. Right trigger does what?
So left click is a laser beam, right click is to stun them with waves of that ammunition, and the cool thing about that is the zombies' heads will glow using the alternative fire mode,
Yep.
and then when you shoot them with the laser beam, like the damage is multiplied.
We're back on this fucking island again.
Ah, I don't want to be on this island.
Another science project bites the dust.
Oh. Fuck you, Amalgam. Using my ability to stay alive-ish.
Yeah, thanks.
$30 to go.
Oh, I'm out of ammo. Where's the ammo box?
Oh, I have my thing pointing the wrong fucking way.
Cheating death isn't much of a living. That's what I'm good at.
Percussion out.
Ah, fuck you.
Yeah, we got it.
There we go. Oh my goodness, that was pain. So yeah, I don't have a high enough level for the chopper gunner, it turns out. So I could only get like Hellstorm, Sentry Turret, or the mortar thing.
Yeah. That's where those permanent unlock tokens come in handy. Once you prestige, just select, in your case, a chopper gunner, and then you don't have to reach that level to use, well, not use, but like buy it.
Yep.
Just
nice.
Do that anytime now, no matter what your level.
Yay, I revived twice at least.
Yippee!
Despite the lack of like times I was alive, I amazingly apparently didn't miss out on that many critical kills compared to you. I was like, what, 30 behind? And there's like hundreds of zombies, so... Okay, I got wall-to-wall clearance as a gobble gum. Ugh. Can it go back and show me summary? There we go. So yeah, so the ASG 89 went up in levels. Molotov, I got the Guardian perk, and I can now use a healing aura. Oh, and I got a SAM turret as part of the multiplayer score streak. And then the Gunfighter wild card. Neat. Oh my god, I unlocked so many things. Hang on. How do I... There we go. Alright, so... Alright, there we go. Evergreen camo. Get 300 kills with a 9mm PM. Achieve 3 SAM trial mastery targets.
Glug, 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 glug.
I'm almost done with the drink. 50 kills with a Thingamadoog. Desert camo. Get 50 kills on enemies stunned by your concussion. Get 100 kills with a Hellstorm. Get 400 kills while aiming down sights with a Kepler Microflex. Long barrel. Oh, that's for the AIC 973, because I didn't do too many levels on that. That one went up in a few. This one went up in a few. Nice. Oh, yeah, there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's a... Wait, what? Oh, no, that's Bookie. Sorry, I was like, I thought I was on the lower one. I thought I was number 2. But, no, so... Weird to... yeah. Alright. 3 doors. So, yeah. Slightly helpful. But, yeah. I am going to need to call the stream here. I'm sorry to say, chat. I was able to get through the campaign, which was great. I was able to play a little bit more of Terminus with Bookie. I'm glad that I was able to be a little bit more alive. So, but once again, it's like, once I get past level, the 20th round or something, I'm a bit, you know, not too great. So, need to do better. But Bookie, thank you so much for dropping on in for Call of Duty Black Ops 6. You yourself have a channel as well, if I do so remember. When might be the next time that... Also, why is it not... Oh, you haven't said hi in my chat, so it doesn't know you're here. Bookie. Darn it. So, when might...
Oh, hang on.
So yeah, if you could just say something real quick, that way I can properly shout you out, because I don't know your name off by heart, I'm sorry. But yeah, otherwise, beyond that, I just want to know, when might be the... Skibbity Ohio Riz. Sure, thanks. Still gonna give you the shout out. When... So, hang on. Oh, it's the Bookie. That's why I kept fucking up, because I kept typing in Bookie, not the Bookie. The Bookster. There we go. So, when might be the next time they might see you stream? Because you were last playing Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh gosh, I'm not so sure. Like, I have a small audience, so I don't really get.
That's fine. That's fine. Like, it's you start small. You get some regulars and what have you. Like, sure, I'm terrible at catching up with different people's streams and what have you. But I try my best. So, but yeah. Highly recommend, just even if it's just once a week, just a schedule, because then people like will just have like the memory of like, oh yeah, you're normally streaming at this hour, so
yeah, okay, yeah. See if I can get a stream tomorrow. Maybe I'll
Monday
do a test stream later on tonight, just to see how the game runs on OBS.
Alright, sounds good, sounds
I'm
good.
pretty sure you can change the settings where, like, OBS Studio uses your GPU to, like, run most of everything.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty then.
Run most of everything that was not English, I am so sorry.
Not to worry. Alrighty then. Let's see. You know... Is Kahlua still streaming? Hang on a second. There's a lot of people streaming at this hour, it seems. Yeah, it looks like Kahlua is going through some Spyro. Oh, we're gonna go right into Kahlua. Let's see how far into Spyro they've gone. Are they on break or something? Hang on. No, they're just having a fun little dance, it looks like. Alright, we are gonna go right into Kahlua shortly. I hope you all join in for our Kahlua stream as they go through, we're moving away from, hyper-violence, American patriotism nonsense, and moving on over to... We're moving away from that over to some classic mascot character platformer. So hopefully that should be good. I think he's on to the second game from the looks of it, though I could be wrong with the way the map looks. But we'll ask them when we get in there. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I'm so happy that some of you slipped in and enjoyed watching Call of Duty Black Ops 6. I will get a schedule out at some point in the future for the other games I'm going to be playing, because I've still got Veilguard to go through, I've got Black Myth Wukong to get through, and more Spyro as well. So hopefully you all have a good morning, afternoon, night, wherever you are, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.